everyone, and welcome back. It is I, your friendly neighborhood Prax. These are some of my friends, and tonight we are back with the joy and fun that is from Kovir with Love. And I'm going to let my fine, wonderful players introduce themselves. And I see that wonderful hype train going. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for those wonderful gift subs time. Thank you, everybody who resubbed, all those great things. I appreciate each and every one of you. And then I'm going to let them introduce themselves. And I have a question for them, each of you. Um, what is one thing you're most looking forward to with today's banquet? Or characters most looking forward to, I should say, with tonight's banquet. And then I'll do my spiel at the end. But why don't we switch things up a little bit and start directly below me on the overlay with Norden. Hello, Norden. How are you doing?
I'm the
Yeah.
days pass and I live. Hello, my name is Dwindly Kadir. My handle is Werewolf Feels. I play Carrick Drakenson. Once heir, now not. Lord, once prince, elf, all bastard. It's a long list. And what was the question?
What are you looking forward to at this banquet? I should point out that you left off the title Mage.
Yeah, I did leave off the title mage because that's my class and also just my whole profession. Uh, Ethically dubious, you know. What am I looking forward to? It's difficult to say what I'm looking forward to right now because I'm not sure just how in for it we all are. So what I'll say is this: I am looking forward to the world, to George and a certain lovely special someone meeting. That's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking forward to.
That's what
You
you're
know?
looking forward to. That seems fair. That seems fair. And then next to Norden, we have PB. Hello, PB. How are you? How are you doing tonight?
I am doing well. Excited to be here. Excited to be playing some Witcher with you, lovely, lovely individuals. I've missed you guys, and I've missed these characters in this world. So I am Runa Bruta. I am a, I am the dwarf doctor of this group, and man, what am I looking forward to? I am so interested to see what Carrick's interactions with his entire family is going to be like, because I know Carrick has been different than what I've known Carrick to be. um the random guy I pop in and help and do jobs for, um often, like, there's gonna be some familiarity today, but this is like noble Carrick that I'm gonna be seeing, like, at the max. Like, I've seen it like sort of start and go and go and go since we've been here, and I feel we're gonna hit like peak noble Carrick, and I'm really looking forward to that, considering the drama that's also gonna come with a lot of the guests at this wonderful, wonderful feast.
Mm-hmm. It will be a wonderful, wonderful feast. And last but certainly not least tonight, hey Pope, how are you? How is life going for you tonight?
Hey, everybody. I am incredibly happy to be here with all of you back with some more from Kovir with Love, with these wonderful characters and these wonderful players and this wonderful community in this extraordinary times that we find ourselves all in. But it's going to be interesting seeing what goes on because there's what I, Pope, am excited to see. And then there's what's George is excited to see. George is interested in, like, doing there's going to, this is a feast. There's not necessarily going to be a formal court, but there might be an informal court, seeing all the different, like, different nobles, different knights, and all the social hubbub. He's interested in that. I personally am interested in some of the more outlandish individuals who may or may not show up over the course of the evening.
Outlandish, such a terminology usage. Um, it's fair and valid. There are quite a few of them that are. There we go. That's where I'm on. Updating. For anyone interested, I am furiously updating the doc. Have at. This is the current list of NPCs. There will be more as I get to update them as we go through. But since it's been a while, I should give you a short recap. Hi everyone, I'm your friendly neighborhood Prax, and tonight from Kovir with Love, we begin with a banquet in preparation for a tourney, as Lord Carrick has finally returned, shall we say, from the tourney circuit. Yeah, I figured the mic is getting weird. Hold, please. We have discovered that part of this problem is that the Logitech has decided to be a butt, and I have to reset everything in my settings, and that should be better for everybody. That should be better for everybody overall. If it starts to become a problem, let me know, because it seems to be stealing the mic. But as I was saying, we have a new doc. There are a number of people that are getting added to this doc, and last we left off, there was a rapid fleeing of the city of Bruges in favor of the Principality of Morge. And to check on, well, Carrick was to see if his dear, lovely younger sister Madras was still alive. Turns out she had been poisoned with Carrick's own blood. Luckily, Runa is a very good doctor and had managed to successfully distill a anti-venom from Carrick's blood to treat Madras. This led to a discovery that Carrick and Madras's cousins, who had served as the family's seneschals for 3 generations now, had been plotting ways in which to successfully seize power, both through either marriage or arranging the death of Madras herself, and transitioning the will to Harris's line. Sucks to be Harris, sucks to be Harris's grandson, because Carrick decided to send a hunter after. You know, when your dream lover is a elf who is part of the family is tied to the Wild Hunt, I guess violence is not a big thing. But Madras this is when both Carrick discovered and then reported to Madras that the Harris had been attempting, and his family line had been attempting to usurp and undermine the connection of the siblings. And so instead, to show their joint power, their indivisibility, their strength as a principality, Madras is welcoming her brother home with a banquet and a tourney. You know, it's what happens when one's older brother is very famous amongst the lists. So we fast forward 3.5 weeks. For those of you wondering, it is currently day 70, which is Imbolc, and the tourney will begin tomorrow, the day after. And wise, the first day of spring officially, a festival, a banquet, a large number of people at this banquet dinner. We know that Carrick is going to, enter last. It's what happens when you're now officially part of the family. You have to make your entrance with the rest of the family. So I have a dear question, however. What do we see from everyone else, from the other members that are here tonight?
Oh, we're doing heralded walk-ins? Oh dear.
Well, heralded walk-ins for certain members of the family. The household is
Fine.
going to be announced.
The household's being announced.
And of course,
I will already be inside.
Yes, the only people who would be heralded announced would be the household, and Dambor, Gathin, Adra, and Maria Pulchera. Because the king and queen of Redania and the king and queen of Kovir would of course be announced.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment, they have not yet entered. So the rest of the table has been arranged. There is a large number, as one can see, of people at the dinner. Somebody do the math. I think it's 40 plus 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think it's like 52. Across 3 tables. At the end, the castle for Major More is actually unique, is that it's built onto a hill. It's more of a fortified manse. There's a main house, the tower house, the tower, the main house, the stables, and then below there is it's where the main dining room is, because it is actually built into the rock of the mountain. And there's a plateau balcony that the main dining room opens out onto. There should be a picture, I believe it is it is slide number 4 on the dock, that shows like how it opens out onto this paved patio, where there are a number of large what's the word I'm looking for in English? Braziers that are lit so that they provide both light and heat if one wished to promenade across and stand outside. It is still a bit cold this far north and into the mountains. Yeah, it's fucking cold, but the doors are open if one wished to make their way outside and promenade during the, cocktail hour, shall we say. Verna Cleglis is attending the banquet.
I did notice the seam chart. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm,
did notice.
Mm-hmm. She arrived about 12 hours ago and merely informed you that she is acting as chaperone for the Princess Anessa.
Phenomenal. I'm absolutely delighted about this.
She came with she came with the elven contingent.
Yep. Absolutely have been an absolute delight for the past 12 hours.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are other reasons why she is quite happy to be here.
I'm sure she is.
Pope, please remind me, what is Avanda's wife's name? Because that is the one person
Kenna.
I don't... Kenna. I will fix that. That was the one person I just had down as spouse because I did not have the accurate. There we go. Thank you. But yes, there's a large U-shaped formation of 3 large tables. The head table slightly raised, only about 3 steps up, and then the 2 side tables are double seated. The head table is only seating along one side, all of which the head table looks out over these windows. But right now it's just a general, like, shall we say, cocktail hour, time to socialize and wander before the family is announced. Well, the family is announced, and realistically, the king of Redania and the
King of Kovir?
the king of Kovir and the king of Redania, who technically are also cousins. I mean, they're also family. Like, Dambur is your uncle, and Gathlin is the son of Radovid's brother. So your first cousin once removed.
Yeah, this is a light family event, you know?
Exactly. So much family event.
Family event.
But what are George and Runa doing during this cocktail moment, shall we say?
I am. Rona is. How do I say? Glued to Cleglas. In a way that is very body shieldy. The entire time we're going. Maybe it looks like really just like we're just one of those couples that's always like touching and has to be, skin to skin and absorbing one another. But she is definitely like stiff as a board, walking around with Caligulus. Nothing like anyone observing, nothing like negative towards Caligula, not like a I hate you sort of vibe, more of a I'm so happy you're here, I hate that you're here, kind of just struggle in her body posture, her stiffness. She's walking around allowing Caligula to really just lead the conversational hour. She's always been the more conversational of us two. She has to deal with people more than I do. And she's here on a job, I'm not. So I go where Caligula is going at this point in time.
Well, she is currently being the social butterfly. And we'll introduce you to the various elves that she came with. Rory, who is the official ambassador for God, what's his name? Hold on. What's his name? Carrick's grandfather, but more importantly, Simlas Fin Ap Dabir. There we go. Simlas is the Francesca's father, Carrick's grandfather. Rory is acting as the official ambassador. An invitation was sent. Simlas himself did not attend, but he did send an ambassador and a delegation of 5 additional elves. That would be Kaelin, Lorcan, Avalyn, Tristram, and Roslyn. They are mingling, but are a touch not standoffish, but wary around the humans that are around them at the moment. For a variety of reasons.
You know, aren't we all? Aren't we all wary of everyone always in the small enclosed space?
Well, I mean, it's a relatively large enclosed space, but yes.
It feels so tiny. Shoebox.
Sir George, what are you doing in this moment?
I need to make 2 rolls to understand what George is doing.
Okay. Roll away.
So, first, we're going to take the temperature of the room, also known as I'm rolling reputation.
Okay. 23. Well, good news. You're in the principality closest to Kovir. Technically, your ultimate liege lord is in the room. Well, he's not in the room yet. He will be in the room.
Yeah.
It's what happens when, things are going to happen. Most people are aware of who you are as both a Tourney knight and the newly landed knight of Kovir. If we look to the right, basically everybody on that right-hand side, all of them are... hold on. I don't want to say this. All of the people on the right-hand table are, that's what happened. That should go over here, and that should go down there, and that should go there. All right. Are true vassals of the principality. The Arls, the barons, their wives, their spouses, the knights, except for Vestibor. Vestibor is the Prince Vestibor is the son of Dambor, King of Redania. He did not make the presentation entrance, but he is making his way around the room, kind of thing. He was able to, given the fact that technically this is not he doesn't have to be official here. He could get out of the announced presentation. But everybody else are all locals of note and name that would be aware of at least the lands that Sir George owns, the fact that Sir George had been granted them, the reasons he had been granted them, all of these things.
Okay. Now, probably the more important role,
Yes.
at least in George's mind, grooming and style.
Mm-hmm.
I'm spending 2 luck on this.
Very important. Oh, this is correct. I did not say this. Hey, everybody, you can spend channel points to buy luck points for the group. You can buy up to 25. Each individual viewer can spend up to 3 for that. I, over the course of the video game streams for the last 3 weeks, am now up to 22. For me to spend on various NPCs of a variety of type. For whatever I want.
So, there seems to be a theme right now, and that number is 23.
23 is a very... can I see? Okay, it's 23. 23 is indeed a very good number. So yes, you look very fine. How do you wish to look in this moment?
Again, he hasn't spent a ton of money, but he got some new threads. He is dressed well, and he is trying to at least present as he is most definitely supposed to be here, but also not obtrusive. He is not trying to draw attention to himself.
I have the worst question, Prax.
Yep.
What is my grandniece's favorite flower?
Hold please. I had this written down. I wrote this down. I'm pulling this up. Okay. because it is entirely important. Mountain laurel.
Then, if George would permit me, I think Carrick would make sure that there is a sprig of mountain laurel pinned to his front.
He will permit. He doesn't. Again, we're a mage. I don't know if this is a protection thing. I don't know if this is a social thing. I'm
Yeah,
just
and I
going
wouldn't
to say
explain.
yes.
I just come up, pin it, and walk away.
Cool. Probably zhuzh it a little bit so it looks better. And then George is going to just sort of like at this moment quietly work the room. He's not trying to like talk anyone individually specifically up. He is just like, okay, I know how these things are supposed to go. I'm also new. Based on training, I'm supposed to be at least seen, make polite conversation with possibly everybody here, except for the ones that have been pointed out to me I am not supposed to talk to.
Then could you please roll me just a straight charisma to see your vibe across the room?
Charisma.
Yes.
Okay.
Charisma.
I will spend another 2 luck. 17.
17. Perfectly acceptable. So perfectly acceptable. You are making your presence known to those you need to make it known to. You're circulating through the room. There are a number of tourney knights that you would know that are here. Besides Creevson, you would also know Sir Verdrana. Well, sorry, Valenus, Sir Sterolt, and Norbert are tourney knights of some note. Regulars of the circuit. Norbert is also known for traveling with his friend, a minstrel of some renown. Volker.
Okay. I need to know about these 2 individuals.
Yes. What do we need to know about Volker and Norbert? They're in the dock, by the way. They're at the very end.
I more need to know, is Volker somebody my mother would like or my father would like?
Your mother. He's an actual minstrel and not just a comedian.
Okay, cool.
If we were going to actually give him the title Bard, we could.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, cool by at least that portion of George. And as for Norbert, I mean, with that face, that tells me a lot already. So the only like quick history I need is, when we last fought, which one of us won?
I mean, you go back and forth pretty frequently.
Yeah.
So the last time I think he won, but merely by a, he's a guy who will take a punch to the face and keep going.
Yeah, he looks it.
Very friendly, and will buy if he wins, he buys the round kind of guy.
Yeah. Okay. So it's more along the lines of, okay, noting where those 2 are. Cool. I have 2 outs. If I need to flee, I have 2 locations. I can flee to Avanda. I will have to deal with Kenna, but I can flee to Avanda, and then I can also flee to Norbert and Volker.
Yes. Yes, this is true. This is Norbert. Norbert will be more than happy to. Norbert is a gentleman who enjoys the tourney circuit, but also enjoys the party after the fight. Shall we say?
Yeah. Him and Volker are party people.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, if A, I get bored, or B, social things are not going well, these are my two outs.
Mhm.
And that's just along the lines, and then sort of like scanning and going, where's the doc? Where's the doc? There's the doc. I'm guessing that's the spouse. I see. We are not going anywhere near there unless absolutely necessary. Got it. And just, again, that's pretty much what George is doing, is just going around the room going, okay, said hi to you, I made my personal known to you. You are boring. You are somewhat irritating. I'm deeply uncomfortable. I like you.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
that's all that's happened.
Runa, could I get from you just an empathy skill of your choice?
Oh. Um. sh- Uh. sh- sh- Uh. I will. I'm gonna be honest, folks. I don't have that much going on empathy, one way or another. So well, she's not. She's not.
Or I will take social etiquette.
Which is intelligence based.
Yeah, social etiquette's probably more accurate to the situation. Because she's not being persuasive. She's not really doing leadership, and she's definitely not trying to be charismatic. She's being polite.
Yeah, I'd go with social etiquette then.
A 14. Kind of low.
Okay. I'm just gonna take that and put it here. Most people are you're perfectly acceptable. The small social faux pas you're making, most people kind of attribute to the differences between dwarven versus human levels of social etiquette, and just kind of go, oh no, there's an attempt to be polite and an acceptance of that attempt to be polite. The minutia little rules that perhaps were not necessarily paid attention to, most people are just ascribing to, oh, that's the difference between dwarves and humans, or dwarves, mostly dwarves and humans, and think nothing of it, perhaps think it quaint at most. But Cleglis is there, making her presence quite well known, in full formal robes of a high priestess of Melatelli. Yes, your chaperone is a high priestess of the mother goddess. I'm sure this is not in any way, shape, or form a statement.
Just internal screaming.
Internal screaming? Sure. Internal screaming is a free action. But after about a good 20 minutes of the room kind of mingling, being directed, a woman in full armor slams a capped staff down at the top of the stairs and turns to announce, first, King Gathin and his lady wife, Adra, king and queen of Kovir. Everyone knows there's an asterisk next to that. Technically, Kovir is a vassal state of Redania, but no one's really enforced that in the last 2 generations, so that's what happens when Radovid sends his more popular and charismatic hot-headed brother far away. And, instead of dying on a mountain somewhere, he discovers that he has a shit ton of gold, silver, and a variety of other ores that he can mine. It's made interesting relations between Redania. A brief, just long enough for Gathan and Audra to reach the head table before this same woman slams her staff again and announces King Dambor and Queen Maria Pulchera of Redania. And again, there's a brief clapping, all of those things, and just long enough for them to reach the head table before a third slam of the staff announces Her Royal Highness Princess Madris, Regnant Eternal, Daughter of the Dragon. Princess Anessa. And lastly, Prince Carrick, son of the dragon, are announced in that order and in that manner. Could I get a social etiquette from George and Runa?
Yep. And because of things that happened off in our time period, I get a +2 to this, which
Mhm.
will include.
That's a 20. That's a really good roll. Runa?
Yeah.
18. Very nice. The way that is announced, Carrick is now officially back in the order of inheritance, behind Anessa, but is officially announced in the line of descent for is currently 3 from the throne, or 2 technically, because then Madras is there. Madras, by the way, is looking very fit for her age. Oddly, very healthy. Her hair is full white now, where before, when you met her, it was like a more salt and pepper steel kind of gray. Now it is fully white. There's a strength to her as she strides across the floor towards the center of the table. She's wearing a very formal gown, but also there's this slight stitchwork and design that gives the impression of armor, even though it is a formal ball gown. She also has a dagger visibly at her hip. She's not hiding it. It's, maybe 3 inches short of being a short sword, depending on how one would define those. I don't know why you would say that, Norden. She is a picture and pillar of strength and command. Everyone in this room turns as she came in. Anessa is younger. And it's hard to be someone who is has a pillar, has a power and strength in herself. She wears her hair down. There's a steel kind of in her spine, but behind Madras, she looks good, but it's like, the difference between a Humvee falling behind a tank. There's yes, that's great. That's scarier, right? There's a distinct difference there. Carrick, what are you looking like as you are announced in this moment?
He is wearing a simple, buttoned up tunic with gold and pearl buttons. The entire tunic is gold and black, right? His hair is out. He is glowing. His shoulders are back. At the small of his back, very similar to his sister, there is clearly a dagger, right? Just sheathed right there. It's smaller, but it's also in the small of his back, so, still prominent. And he's grinning while at the same time being probably more concerned about life than he's ever been in a while.
Mm.
Because I don't remember being told.
She didn't
that was
tell
back
you that.
in the lines. No, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I don't think the average person could see it, but they're like, he looks gregarious. He looks like he's entering a tournament, not like he's entering anything, any formal royal ballroom. But he's just a bit out of step from where he should be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As Madras waits for you to come, she has you currently seated to her right. Your Uncle Dambor is seated to her left. You kind of have to give the King of Redania a little bit of higher rank position, but you are currently seated to her right. Then it's you to her right, then Gathin, Adra, and then the representative from your grandfather, Ambassador Rory. To Madras's left is Dambor, Maria Pulchera, Anessa, and then George at the end of the table, next to Anessa. You know, seating arrangements are important. But as she waits that brief moment for you to make your appearance, seat and join them, she then gestures to the musicians who pause as she then gestures for everyone as she picks up a glass and says, we welcome you to the seat of the Dragon's Blood. Tonight, we welcome home our wandering Drake Prince with feasting and merrymaking. Tomorrow, we honor the dragon's prowess on the lists. We are the Dragon's Blood. We fly high, and our talons are soaked with the blood of our enemies. Let us feast upon the spoils of our hunt. And she raises a glass to everyone here.
Carrick immediately raises his glass as well.
She is going to roll social etiquette. She rolled low, but perfectly acceptable. As she raises a glass and makes various eye contact around the room. You know, of course, as she's leading the toast, she can't drink first. She has to drink last. But she does keep eye contact with a variety of people around the room. And then she gestures and snaps her fingers. The musicians begin to play again, and a number of staff begin to present the first two courses of the evening out onto the table. A collection of individual tarts, pear, leek, and goat cheese tarts are presented individually, as well as a where are we? I have this all written down. A soup of potato, garlic, and cauliflower. And things begin to be served. She will sit and lean over to Carrick and say, welcome to the fun, brother.
What was that exactly?
Exactly what you think it was.
I'm gonna look around. I want to see if anyone is as surprised by this as I am.
Go right ahead.
But that's only a 60.
That would be awareness, not human perception. Well,
oh, not human. Well, I can roll awareness. It's
yeah,
fine.
roll awareness because human perception is also going to be the difference, right? Like, at the high table, like, Dambor doesn't know anything, right? Dambor and Maria Pulchera, your uncle knows jack shit. But you wouldn't really expect him to know anything. He's like, oh, of course, you know, my nephew is in, you know, whatever. Okay, I guess you're playing with things, fine. Gathin and Adra are like, oh, this is nice. But they don't seem surprised by this. in the sense that they don't seem it wasn't something that they didn't expect an alternative, right? Like they didn't expect that you weren't a member in the line of inheritance. Anessa seems to have already been known about this, or at least have been told, probably. I don't know, like, what George or Runa are looking like in this moment.
George is more along the lines of, oh, he's not just recognized, he's in the line.
Yeah.
Oh dear. More along the lines of, like, George is presenting like the social face. There's a ton of internal math going on.
Runa rolls her eyes.
Fair. About the only people who seem, I want to phrase this the right way. The people who the people who seem to be surprised in a sense that they feel like they should have known this but weren't told in advance seem to be
I'm guessing the Barons.
No, the Barons don't know shit. Okay. Our Alexa, and our Malenko, also Baron Lucas, because Baron Lucas is old enough to remember, like, as a child, right? Like, he's in his 60s. He's old enough to remember that you are officially weren't in the line of inheritance, but he doesn't hear anything about you being, like, removed. Everybody else is all of the other vassals are too young to know why you wouldn't be, if that makes sense. They just know that you aren't here a lot and therefore would never have been announced in that, like, you weren't here, so you not being announced in that order wouldn't have made, and now you are here, so it makes sense that you would have announced it at that point. The one who seems most intrigued by that announcement at the other table, the, shall we say, non-vassal table, which is mostly represented by a large number of elves, really would be Creevson, because he's, like, the one who would perhaps know you the best for a given tag. Is like, my dude, I didn't know you were, like, it's that level of, like, you didn't tell me kind of look he has on his face, rather than a, But Madras would lean over and just say, there are certain reasons why this is important, brother. Just go with it.
Carrick doesn't respond. He just takes a small drink of whatever's in front of him.
A nice fortified red at the moment.
Means nothing. There's no fortification when it comes to this blood. And starts eating his tart, looking, for all the world, as calm and collected as a cucumber.
I need a deceit from this.
Yeah, you're right. You do.
I need a deceit from that.
I did get one small little luck from
you
time.
You did get one. Actually, you got two. Well, no, you did get one. Everyone has two at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So,
just a 15.
15? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. Some people might know what actually is happening in Carrick's brain. Others won't.
The majority of people don't know you well enough to say whatever.
Of course not.
I don't know what Runa or George is doing, so.
Not paying to that section of the table.
Mhm.
Which begs the question, what section of the table are you paying attention to?
The immediate nearest to George.
Oh, which is Anessa.
Anessa and the King and Queen of Redania. These are the three people I have to field for however long this feast is. That is enough for George.
Hold on.
I am aware. I am.
Of course, Runa's aware.
That sounds fair. That sounds valid. As you are looking at it, Cleglis will lean over to you, Runa, and say, "You know, I think I should ask him."
I mean, do you really think like right now is the best time?
Well, I'm here.
Lord Dractison, whatever the hell his real last name is.
Does it really matter?
No.
Plus,
Yes,
you have that.
but no.
Plus, you have that nice shiny life debt we can spend on it.
I need to think about it.
You think, dear. And she kind of pats you on the shoulders, like, "What do you think of the tarts? I like these. These are quite nice. I like these."
You should try these. These are really, really good in this estate.
Mhm.
Delicacy, I'm told.
I like the cheese. The cheese is good. Nice tartness. Little flavor. Is that mustard? Perhaps. And she kind of like will slide her hand on top of yours on your thigh under the table and just kind of squeeze like, "Everything's fine, dear. It'll be great. Just enjoy the party."
And Runa, like, we're talking and idle chatter,
Mhm.
and it works for a little bit. Until Cleglis, like, is distracted by someone else speaking at her.
I think it would be a Vonda.
Yeah, she's right there.
Yeah.
And then immediately, Runa is just eyes darting all over. Just wanting to make sure she knows what the situation is at all times in here. Including, unfortunately, having to look at Carrick and his issues.
Tristram, who is a representative of one of the elven delegation, would just kind of slide the wine pitcher closer to you. He doesn't know why particularly you're upset, but he gets the vibe of like, girlfriend needs a drink. Like, just I was like, that's it.
And probably definitely will grab a bit of a drink.
And Cleglis does not move her hand, even as she's engaging with Avanda. If you listen to their conversation, it turns out that Avanda did explode her focus and was very fucked up.
Oh. Ooh. How's she looking?
She looks absolutely fabulous.
Glamour's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, in my mind, I'm like, they did a hell of a job.
Yeah. Kenna does seem to be very attentive to Avanda, though. You know, occasionally just like reaching over to serve and be like, can we get some more water? Can we get some, you know, very attentive and diligently not looking at the head table at all. Most of the elves around you, Runa, are being social, but there's a formality that's almost rigid at the moment.
In like an elvish way, or like in a weird way?
In a roll me human perception. It's really awkward when the dwarf is rolling human perception on the elf, but that's the only option. It's not quite elven. There's something else there, but you're not 100% sure what. Anessa, by the way, George would lean over to you and says, well, welcome. I hope you enjoy the festivities tonight.
Thank you. I'm doing my best.
You're doing quite well for yourself.
This was not supposed to happen.
Welcome to politics. Whatever is supposed to happen. And she has that kind of like slight smirk smile. She's not making fun of you, but it's that level of, oh, someone I can introduce to the fun of this.
He is polite. If anything is fielded by their majesties,
Mhm.
it is, depending on tone, either incredibly formal and polite, or again, as far removed as he is from his parents, he's still his parents' child. Polite but humorous.
Maria is herself slightly, she's a woman in her 60s having fun with, like slightly leaning over to Anessa and making just that level of walking that very fine line of socially appropriate commentary in public at a dinner. But she's the queen of Redania who's in her 60s, and she can get away with a whole lot more shit than anybody expects. Or actually, she's in her 70s by now. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, that there may be one or two jabs that are a little too pointed.
Yeah, exactly. It's like she can get away with all of this, but she's also does not look like she's in her 70s. It is well known that her mother was elven. She herself is half elven. She looks stunning. Did I put her in the dock? I believe I put her in the dock. Did I put her in the dock?
Yes, you did, alongside Dambor.
Yes. Where are they? Oh, they're
43.
down. They're down here. They're down here. Yeah, so they're both there. So that level of Dambor's looking a little bit older, but she still looks absolutely stunning. There's also a slight hint of accent, but that's because she's from Temeria, so what do you expect? Dambor is just kind of having a positive, like, dude, I'm away from Redania and I get to have fun. I got invited to this shit, and no one's trying to stab me. And none of my brothers are trying to stab me at the moment. And none of my nephews or nieces or sisters. This is the least dramatic of my family members at the moment.
The fact that we're the normal ones.
Yeah, you're the normal ones. But also, Dambor is very much a wife guy. He's like, my wife is hot. Like, she absolutely great. And that's why Redania has kind of, even after Aileron's rebellion, maintained a level of positive, relationship with elves, at least not a fully negative one, is because of Maria Pulchera at the moment. That won't last very long, but, for now. And, Carrick, can I get both an awareness and a magical training from you?
Awareness and magical training. 24 for the magical training. Not bad.
There we go. So in 19 awareness, there is a tension. You can see this divide between the elven contingent and the human contingent. It is not violent in this moment, but there's very much a détente, shall we say. Rory definitely seems to be here as an attempt to be positive relationship with both, you know, the principality as a whole, but also other. Look, Simolas knew what was going to happen, who was going to be invited, and is like, I can take advantage of this to try and bolster some positive relationships. With that magical training of a 24, you would feel when upstairs in the bedrooms 2 floors above you, a magical circle is broken.
That's not good. I know what magical circle that is. That's not good. I'm going to lean over to my sister and say, as tough as this is, you're going to have to excuse me for about 10 seconds.
I'm sure I can play off anything. The meat hasn't been presented yet.
I lean over to the King of Kovir.
You're technically your first cousin once removed. Yeah. Your father's first cousin.
So I lean over to
Gathan.
Gathan, yeah. Cousin Gathan, would you mind excusing me for a second? Oh, and you must try the poached pears. They're really lovely. Something tells me that someone left a window upstairs open. I'll handle it. And I sneak out behind him, hoping that he's going to either make a scene to cover for me, because we're a family, or make anything so the departure isn't as noticed. You know what I mean?
He doesn't, because he is not 100% with the politics of this. You know, he's good, but he's very much of the warrior, and much more like his father, a little bit of a hothead. His wife, however, Audra, just kind of pats him on the shoulder and goes, "Darling!" And she'll lean over him to go to Madras and say, "Madras, dear, you must tell me," and make herself the center to hide you.
As soon as I can duck behind someone, and I mean literally, duck.
I mean, there's enough drapery behind the head table that like there of course. So like the servants' entrances are covered by heavy drapery.
Yeah.
So like you can get to like behind the curtain and then either go through the servants' passages to wherever you want to go, or do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, because I'm not going to start teleporting right now and raise everyone's hackles. I'm going to, no, you know what? Because the thing is, there are other mages here.
There is two other mages that you know of.
Which means that it's smarter for me to teleport, because they might tell my friend. I know one of them will tell my friend at the other end of the table that I've gone. So I'm actually going to duck behind the table, duck behind the curtains, and almost teleport as close to that circle as I can.
Okay.
And if my focus breaks apart, doesn't matter. I'm not wearing one. Not wearing a focus. So I should basic roll. I'm going to add a -2 to cover for my lack of focus, because I have it built in.
You're fine.
Holy cow!
A 37 is fine. You could go wherever you wanted with a 37. Hold, please. With a 25, Runa, you would see Avanda kind of lift her head and then kind of lean over Cleglis to you, goes, do you know what Carrick is up to?
What do you mean? Where is he? I don't see him up there.
Well, he did something very upsetting. Very stylish, though. I'm very impressed with his control. That is actually, and she will then turn to Kenna and start having a conversation about the how unexpected it is that a student of Banard has that level of control and poise in their magic. There is a lot of judgment in her tone for Banard in general.
As she should. I give myself a moment of just to sit in the insult directed at Carrick, and then I am going to there's gonna be a moment of like I'm gonna go, and then like but like less and like I'm holding her hand and I'm like but you should, but I want, and it's just like a very clear body language of not even if should I go, should you stay or should you go with me, and ultimately,
and she'll just kind of like squeeze your hand. It's like, I'll be fine here, darling.
Yeah, Mysteria, I'm sure you would, but I would feel so much more comfortable. And I'm standing up already, and I have her hand and firmly grasped.
And she'll like take that moment to like squeeze your hand. It's like, well, if it make you feel more comfortable, dear. Oh, perhaps we can ask him now. And she'll stand up and flounce her skirts. It's like, if you'll please excuse me. And then turn and bow to the head table. It's like, please excuse us for a brief moment.
And I will like mirror what Cleglas did in a much worse way. And it's just like, what she said. And I...
What she said?
What that... Oh, okay. Hold on. That was 20. Because I rolled that wrong. So it's a 20. Mm-hmm. Everybody is perfectly content with her level of social etiquette. Mm-hmm.
Good. As I shadow, as I am like, okay, yeah. And I am dragging us both off into the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to stop away from earshot of whoever may be manning the door.
Yeah, a servant of some sort.
Yeah. I was just like, I'm walking with very much purpose until I reach that point, and then that's when I realize I don't actually know where Carrick went, or what Carrick is doing, or to whom. And I'll turn to Cleglas and I'm like, I don't actually know where Carrick possibly could have gone. If Carrick left, it had to have been important, especially after his official announcement that he's back in the family. But Madras is there. George and I are there. The entire family is there. If something bad would have happened, it would have come to us instead of to him. And I'm like brainstorming with I am like just shooting ideas off of Cleglas as we talk. I talk at her, to try and figure out like where would have Carrick gone, and it's probably a solid 30 seconds of just, okay, well, couldn't be that. If it was this would have happened. If it was that, this would have happened. And then
he didn't seem like panicked.
No.
And he
just
seemed
disappeared.
Yeah, so he noticed something that needed to be done and went to go do it. But he didn't seem panicked and he didn't raise any alarm, so I don't think we're under attack.
No, but he didn't walk out either. He decided to teleport. And he was teleporting
that's a
in
mage.
front of mages.
That's a mage thing.
But he's a very particular mage.
Well,
you do not know how annoying he is about teleporting when we're in cities, when we're in public. It's always no, because then someone will notice. And then someone noticed the last time anyways. We are... If he teleported, he'd wanted us to know, or want someone to know, at least the mages. And we know one mage.
Okay.
2 mages? There's a mage up where George was.
No, only one.
one mage.
Yeah.
Then at least I probably would have noticed.
So he
And if
wanted
it's
you to
something
know.
Wanted me to know.
So what would be important for you to know that Navy City George didn't necessarily need to know? Because you needed to know, but George didn't need to know, and other people didn't need to know, but you did need to know because you're important. So what about that was important?
And they're not in there.
Yes.
And then in a moment, I haven't let go of the hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she's gesturing with her
in-
other hand as she's talking.
And in that moment of, it's just like, well, if it can't be anyone in that room, it clicks for me. And I just start dragging Caligula's in as fast as we can go, towards upstairs towards Eleanor's room.
Well, as you start to run, like, there's this brief moment of you leading her, and then she will catch up with you. It's just she has longer legs. I'm sorry.
I know. I understand. And it's just like, there's only one person who's not in there that's still in this castle. Mansion. I don't know what this place is. Pee-wee doesn't. And it is our shared acquaintance. You've met her. Eleanor.
Oh, I like her.
And so do I. And that's why we have to make sure she's still safe.
All right. Well, you lead, I'll run.
And
I have the better view.
I'm running. And I'm running.
George.
Yes.
What are you doing in this
Making
moment?
an awareness test.
Okay, please do. Please make an awareness.
Oh, so aware.
You are aware that
Those three are gone.
Yeah, those three are gone. Well, I mean, Clegla stood up and excused herself formally.
Yeah, but there are three suspects gone. I'm going to make a deduction test.
Please do. You know that they went somewhere. You know that they went somewhere in this palace. They know that there's not an active attack under this palace. I'm going to say you don't know where they're going because those two know a piece of information that you don't.
Yeah, but it's just there's again, the internal math is now shifting.
Mm-hmm.
It's loading. It's like, okay, that's not good. I trust them, but this is not good. Okay. Time to be my mother's son and be absolutely charming and entertaining and distract all these incredibly important people for at least till dessert.
It's all working according to plan.
I mean, right now they haven't even presented the meat course, so you're fine. We're into now, we got through the tarts and the soup, and Madras is now gesturing for a round of drinks to kind of pause things before we get into, like, the salad course before the, the course before the meats. So, like, the actual appetizers.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, George goes from being incredibly restrained, polite in this moment to now, like, an entire gear has shifted. Because this is I have to cover. At least is what's going on in his mind.
Mm-hmm.
And this entire gathering is stodgy as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Well, except Madras and Maria Pocara. Actually, most of the ladies at the high table are not stodgy.
The little old ladies are having themselves the best time at the high table, but that's the little old ladies at the high table.
That's fair.
I can see the elves are dead, and the humans are annoying. So it's at this point, George is going to excuse himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to go over to the band.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to probably have Ori stow this, grab his mother's hurdy-gurdy and start performing alongside the band and try and get the conversation tempo up in the room.
So a shift of music occurs.
Yeah, let's make this a little more informal here because this sucks.
Can you go ahead and please enroll me a performance then?
Certainly. I'm going to use the 2 luck from chat.
Go right ahead. Use the 2 luck from chat.
18.
You are livening things up. There's a positive vibe. Baron Lucas and his wife Agnes, who Agnes is just under the little old lady cusp, mostly because of her rank, but otherwise would count, are can't quite know what you're doing, but realize that you're trying to enliven things up. So she's taking it upon herself to enliven things at her table. There's Avanda recognizes enough of your performance and knows you well enough to start
Yeah.
trying
I don't
to
do this if things are right with the
Yeah.
world. She knows that. I am in panic. We're distracting the nobility mode.
She's engaging and going to be a little bit more ostentatious. Kenna's diligently not looking at you. You are, if this was perhaps the 1816 ton event, you would be getting the cut direct. But it's not, so you can perform as you wish. Carrick, where are you going as you teleport?
My goal is to get as close to that circle as possible.
Mm-hmm. So you know the room that Eleanor had been staying in. You know that she had been modifying a magic circle to invert it, right? Like a normal magic circle, everybody outside the circle cannot teleport in. You cannot enter. It's a controlled environment. She had flipped it so it's basically a cage around the room that she's been sleeping in. You felt that circle shatter. So you know that she'd been keeping it to the bedroom that she'd been given, and as a guest room, even as like a high level, like she wasn't given a fanciest guest room that that your sister had because she doesn't have that rank, at least publicly. But it's a relatively contained room. You could get basically to the door if you wished.
Is the door locked?
When you try it, it is not.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just like check my pockets just to see if because I might have a plan to try and help this out. And I'm gonna crack open the door.
Roll me awareness.
He will not knock. That's important. 21.
21. The room is pitch black. If there was a fire, it's not burning anymore. There are no candles lit. The curtains are drawn. There is no visible light in this room. You see no one. You see the outline of a bed. You know, the four-poster bed, the table at the side, the little nightstand at the side. There was a chair kind of pulled up in front of the fireplace that you know was there, and you know that there was a vanity because you've been in this room before, but you don't see anything in this moment. Well, I mean, like you see the bed outline, you see the vanity outline, but there's not enough light coming from the hallway at this point in the night to really give you a lot of light.
I'm going to try and cast a spell.
Okay.
Because I know what a broken circle might mean. And that spell is Reopen Portal. Because I feel like there might have been a portal here. So I'm just going to put that in chat. I will say I came as quick as I could.
You did.
So if it's within 30 seconds, this might work.
I will let you roll for it.
All right. Alrighty. again, I do not have my focus with me, so I don't have my usual bonuses, but I will add in a point of luck, one of my own personal lucks, to make this just a bit easier. Fumbled by 2.
So you take 2 points of damage and a 17.
Mm-hmm.
You go to open this portal and you feel something violently reject you.
Hold on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 points of chat luck.
Yes.
And a 17 is 3 away from a 20.
Negotiate.
Friends, would you mind if
Yeah.
I followed Alienor to hell?
You can go.
That chat luck is gone, folks. I recognize this rejection, but then, because I've had experience with the magic of the ANL before,
Particularly
and
the portal magic of the ANL, yes.
yes, and it takes a lot more physicality. There's like this rhythmic tapping on the outside. It's almost like I'm trying to find a fold in a curtain. And I yank through it, trying to kind of mimic their magic through my inexpert, mortal means.
And the thing is, the portal was there for you to find. If the portal had not been there for you to eventually find, right? Like, it rejected you at first because of who you are and what you are. But then you tapped into that tie that exists. That tie that ties you to another navigator. The only way you could have done this is by using that tie and using that connection to another navigator. And you realize why as you rip this portal open. By the way, I know it says you're going to take 6 stamina. You're actually going to double that for 12.
Sure.
Because you realize the portal that opened went home for her.
Oh, God, no.
So, Runa, you're running.
I am, yes, correct.
You can see the door to Alienor's room open. Carrick is standing in the doorway, but he's at the, 20, 30 feet down the hall. Carrick, you now have a portal open. You can feel the cold from it. You can feel the twist on it. You know instinctively that you would be able to cast magic if you walked through that door, but there will be a penalty for doing so.
It's fine. With this one round, because I can only hold it for one round, and I'm going to close it as soon as Runa gets through it.
Yes.
If Runa gets here within the round. If Runa doesn't, I will walk through and close it myself.
Narratively, what does your run? Her run's 21 meters. You're fine.
Now, this isn't a sustained spell.
No.
So I'm going to
You
cast...
literally reopened a portal that she had just unfortunately closed.
I am going to cast one more spell. Because Lord knows I haven't been casting enough, right? We need more. We need to lose more magic. It's fine. And that's going to be like I reach out into thin air and I pull a glaive from nothing. Because I'm not doing this with out of focus anymore. We're done, okay? And I turn around as if I'm expecting to see Runa there, and I say, "Can you please hurry up? I can't hold it for long." And I step to the side to let her run through, and then I realize who she's with.
And Cleglis comes with.
Great.
I assume we're going through this portal. And she just kind of does not break stride as she runs through it. And lets her hair kind of flip behind her.
Runa can see Carrick looks just shocked and slightly mortified.
I cannot describe to you how I barely make it through this portal. I am not looking at you. I am focused on not tripping and making it through this portal. I you know how you have to focus on one little point ahead?
Is that your wife's ass?
A focus? My wife's ass. No, she's still dragging behind me, even though she's faster than me. Because I think she would have paused at well, now what? Which way are we going?
Yeah, okay.
And meanwhile, I know where it is. And I'm more than familiar with the flash of magic light that comes from Carrick's magic. So I lock in immediately. And with that, I drag. So Cleglis and I probably get there about the same time because her legs are a little longer than mine. But I would never let Cleglis go first. I would go first. So I am just laser focused. I give you a glance, probably 15 meters away, just to make sure it's you and not some other weirdo in here. And then focus on the portal and just you just said, hurry up. And if you're saying that, that means that this thing's about to fucking close. And you've told me enough horror stories about what happens if you don't go through a portal as it's closing, blah, 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 blah. So I'm just I'm going. And I'm making sure I'm going and I'm bringing Cleglis with me. You can share a look with me after we get through the portal.
Oh, no, that will not leave his face. That look will be on his face as soon as he walks through. He closes the portal behind him, and he falls slightly. He's got his glaive up, so it's like a walking stick right now, where he just kind of sags in place before standing back up again. Oh, this isn't good.
Carrick, mechanically, you have a +5 to every DC casting in this space.
That's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
So, what happened? What is going on?
Alienor opened up a portal to... Well, to be quite simple, the portal to a home she came from.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So we're not on the continent anymore. Or on our planet.
Oh, it's a magic circle. That's what you felt, huh? That was what...
It shattered, yes. And I could tell that she probably teleported far. I was hoping that maybe it failed upon her, but clearly I was wrong. Okay, so, either one of you a good tracker?
Cleglis kind of looks around and says, I can definitely find anything I need to, but perhaps one should just look around if the lady just went to one portal and then went through. And she kind of is looking around. Could I get an awareness from both Runa and Carrick? And George, can I get another performance check from you, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
If we're going too long, George, just
time
start
here
juggling.
moves slower than in the other place. So we'll be gone for 3 days, but it'll really only be 5 seconds in the real world, right? That's how that works?
Not quite. There is occasionally a time dilation between the two planes of existence. It will depend what that difference is when you roll for it, if you can get back. Because there's a very important point. Carrick can't open a portal to the continent.
Nope.
The only reason Carrick could do this is because he ripped open the portal she made.
Yep.
Someone's gonna be making a booty call very, very soon, is what I'm hearing.
Really? Is that what you're hearing?
That's what
Well,
I'm hearing.
I'm hoping that if we find Eleanor, we can get her to open up a portal and everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Emergency booty call, all caps.
Like, break the case, hit the big red button. You know, maybe different continent, maybe different curse rolls. You know, you never know.
Well, technically magic moves very differently here, even though mages can still cast. It's very different. But with a 20... Okay, so 24 and 22, 14, you're still performing well. People are still enjoying it. It's that kind of brief lull where people are kind of, it's like that pause between the appetizers and the main course, and people are enjoying a beverage. Madras has kind of leaned herself back and is making herself look like there's absolutely nothing wrong in the world, and she's just enjoying a small beverage. And, the ladies at the high table are directing things at the moment.
There's only 3 more songs in the repertoire, and then I have to start using poetry. And if I'm using poetry, and Avanda knows that an emergency is occurring.
But with a 22 and a 24, you will see the landscape is very similar to the mountains you just left. Dark, rugged, except it's plains. As far as the eye can see, open plains. Carrick, can you roll me a magical training?
Is this also higher than it should be?
No.
25.
No, the casting is what's difficult because you don't have the same level of connection to the chaos here, correct? You can tell where you are. Large amounts of combat magic are spread just into the soil around you. This is a battlefield, or it was one. The grass, there is no grass. There is remains of dirt and rock. If you look around with that 24 runa, you can see the barest hints of burned bone remains. You can't quite tell what kind of remains they are, but you can recognize bones of either large humanoids or something else with very large, like long bones of a variety of sorts. There is a weight, even you feel it, right? Like, you can't taste magic, you can't feel magic, but there's like a heaviness in the air. It's like the weather just before snow. You can smell it on the air, you can feel it, you can feel that coldness and dampness and pressure weighing down on you. You can also both see Eleanor standing maybe 30 feet in front of you. Her glamour is fully gone, and she has both hands outstretched in opposite directions. Her left hand is holding the staff that you've seen before, that very heavy, dark wood staff with the carved cage at the top and the gem that you're not quite sure what it is floating inside the cage. And her right hand is carrying a saber.
I feel like you're the doctor, so probably it's better if you were the one to talk to her first.
Is there anything I should know before I approach a mage with a saber and a staff out?
Try not to die, and if you smell strawberries, run.
Strawberries?
It's the closest approximation.
stay, just make sure nothing happens to Caligulus. Okay. And
There's a
I
raised
will-
eyebrow at that, like,
She's right here.
yeah.
And Caligula's also, for the audience's sake, Caligula's very capable of taking care of herself.
Fully capable of taking care of herself.
Rona, no offense, but if there's one place where you really don't have to worry about Enid and Gliana just showing up and trying to attack your wife, it's here. She can't make it here. Honestly, we shouldn't be here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's things here that probably won't want to say whatever. I'm gonna go talk to Alienor before she zoops away. And
Zoops?
I will. That's the sound that your teleporter makes. It's fine, whatever. And I start crunching my way over towards Alienor, and at about, like, I would say, like, the 15, 10-ish, 12-ish meter range, and be like, Alienor, are you okay? Are you all right?
What language are you speaking in?
I probably, like, with, it starts with, like, an Alienor in a in, like, a common accent, and then, like, the second time I repeat it, it's probably in is which one is Elder Speech? Is Elder Speech the
Elder speech is Elven. Nordling is the language of the North.
and then, like, the second Alienor is probably, like, Nordling, and, like, then finally, like, I fix my tongue, and the last Alienor starts with an Elder Speech accent, and then I start speaking in Elder Speech as best as I can.
Mm-hmm. Like, the sword is still in, like, the staff is in her hand, fixed in that left hand. The sword shifts and points downward as she turns to look over your shoulder. The look on her face is, you don't even have to roll for it. She does not recognize you. And she's confused by what you're addressing her as.
Oh, and so when I see that confusion, I'm like, shit, what was the real name? What was the real name? What was the real name? Because I've gone through such a rabbit hole in researching so much for her condition.
But this is the one thing she would not have told you.
Yeah. It's like, I'm racking my mind if, like, at any point maybe she said something.
Lady Arwen.
Like,
and you see her head snap towards Carrick.
And then Carrick nods towards Runa.
Lady Arwen, right?
Yes.
Lady Arwen, are you feeling well?
And she will answer you, but you do not understand the words she says.
Do I?
You can roll for it with a +2.
Am I rolling Elder Speech?
You're rolling Elder Speech with a +2.
Yeah. 23.
The 23 you do. She basically says, there's a hole to our right flank. They'll be coming from there. They're coming soon. Pay attention. And she's actively looking to the right.
You said a -5, right?
Yes.
Huh. Okay.
Which basically you're just raising your DC by 5 for everything.
Okay, so I'll let you handle that.
Yeah, exactly. I will handle it. You just roll for normal.
That's perfectly fine. So I'm going to be casting telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
What a day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Stamina. What does it matter? What is it there for, right? Spending.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
Oh,
And
wait,
that
wait,
telepathy.
wait, 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 wait.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you addressing this telepathy towards?
Runa.
Oh, Runa. Okay, go right ahead.
And I'm going to basically be an in-ear translator.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
coming from the flank.
I will add to this. Clearly, she's in the kind of episode where she's forgotten everything that's happened since she's left.
Okay. I will go ahead and towards Lady Arwen. Be like, what's the estimate? How many?
3. Large. And then she'll immediately turn, and before you even see it, she swings her arm with the sword still out around Runa to kind of shift Runa behind her and pushes out with the staff. And you see barely, just at the hint of your vision, Carrick, where a ribbon of ice slices through something that was moving that you hadn't noticed before.
I see.
Or do you?
And she shifts fully so that she's planted herself in front of Runa with the sword at the ready but pointed downward. So she's not threatening Runa with it. She kind of recognizes Runa's, part there for her. But she's got the staff in front, recognizing that this is somebody who does not have her capabilities.
I have a weird question, a highly specific weird question.
Yeah.
The way she's treating Runa, because of the nature of this place and the nature of the elves from this place.
Yeah.
Is Runa to her a dwarf or is Runa a small elven child?
Ooh, roll me human perception.
That's a phenomenal question.
It's a very important question.
24.
24. From her mind, is an elven child.
I don't share that bit with Runa. I don't do it. But yeah, no, small elven child. I figured. Okay. She's forgotten that dwarves exist. Oh dear.
That's fair.
I don't know that she's necessarily forgotten that dwarves exist, but in this particular moment, she is assigned someone of that stature as a child. In a just physical stance.
I'll be honest, Runa, I have no idea how to treat someone this caught in delusion. And you can think back. You can think back and I'll just respond.
Yeah, because he's maintaining the telepathy. It's a fixed point. You can have a full conversation now.
I'll take another round off.
Yep.
Is this a telepathy of you hear what I want you to hear, or are you hearing my surface level thoughts?
Right now it's a conversation, so you can direct answers to him. If he was skimming, it would be a different answer.
Okay. Then there will be a pause, a silence. And then are we certain there is really nothing there?
I can go check if you'd like.
Should I tell her that we have another skilled fighter with us?
I think you can see Carrick at this point, because you're like, he's staying back next to Cleglis. You're right there. But you can see his whole posture just shift to, really? That's a good idea?
There's just a random man with it. I'm sorry, my bad. So sorry. Next time I'll say I'll have a lord with me. Maybe that works.
She thinks you're a child.
I should.
She thinks you're a small elven child.
Well, not me. I'm not a fighter. I'm talking about you. You're the fighter.
Oh,
Me? I wouldn't call myself a fighter in another world. I'm a doctor, for God's sakes.
he
military sick.
he strides towards them, throws his shoulders back.
Question: how is your hair done?
It's kind of like, it's fairly loose, but it's short, right? It's not short. It's medium length, right? Because he's got this sort of weird, sort of a kind of curly, somewhat sort of mullet going on, but not really. It's longer in the back and shorter in the front. Tight on the sides. The top parts are like pinned. The bottom is down. It's very popular in Kovir. Okay, it's very popular.
No, but the more important thing is, can she see your ears?
That's a good point. He will like drag his head through his hair and ruffle it so the tips are indeed covered. So he looks a bit more elven. And I walk up to her and I say, I'm here to scout if you need it.
She'll kind of look at you over her shoulder. And there's a moment as she stops and then looks back at you and then shakes her head. And you can see that that is what's triggered her.
Mm-hmm.
In a way. And then you can see, you both would see the moment she realizes where you both are. And she goes, fuck! Where, God, fuck. And then she looks over, she literally looks to the right, is like, and points. And you can just see this moment of ice beginning to form at the tip of her sword. And she goes, I will have about 15 seconds before I rip a hole through the time and space. And you're all going to go running through it, because otherwise we're about to be impaled. Are we all in agreement?
Are you coming?
Yes, but I'm the one who has to go last.
I'm used to the idea. Fine, it's...
Come on. All right, let's go.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And she will
I'm
reach
gonna do
out and she goes,
dumb again.
what are you going to do?
I need her to survive, right? We're all in agreement that I need her to survive.
Well, you need her to survive because otherwise you can't get her home.
Yeah,
Right.
We need her to survive. Yes.
And it's very important that she gets through more so than, because I've got backup, maybe. So I apologize. I just like to apologize to chat. I'd like to apologize to George. I'd like to apologize to my friends. I don't think she's going to be the one to cast the spell if I have my way with it.
Roll your spell casting.
I'm going to use the remainder of my total luck.
Mm-hmm.
How much luck is in the chat pool now?
There's only one. Because you used the rest of it.
I thought that I thought that Crit Witch gave us some.
Yes, Crit gave you one since you said that.
Okay. So I will use that one, and I will use the 2 I have left to add 3 to this. Oh, fuck. That's not good enough. That's not going to be good enough.
Probably not.
I mean, it might be.
Well, here's the thing. I have luck.
Oh, so true.
You don't have to spend it on this.
No,
She
I...
has 22. Let her spend it however she wants.
She can, but she doesn't have to. I'm just saying that. There's no requirement.
I'm going to spend 5 just to even things out. By the way, your DC is higher, right?
Yeah, I know.
Her DC is lower because of things.
Where's that 37 when I needed it?
She gestures with her left hand, pulls off, and you see the portal again, Runa, you have seen this before. Carrick, you probably haven't.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't form a portal like you do. And this portal instead is if she reaches back and using the staff, uses the butt end of the staff to draw a curtain open. And you see the hallway of your your castle. And with that, she kind of gestures you through. Claylis is like not fucking around. She'll go through first. Been and done. And Eleanor is holding the staff and holding the portal open, turns, and Carrick, you can hear now the thunder of hooves. And with the sword hand, Runa, still, because the way she was positioned, she's going to shove you with her shoulder, like her elbow and shoulder, towards the portal.
Mm-hmm. And I follow. I go behind Clovis.
Mm-hmm. And as you go through, Carrick, what are you doing?
I'm going to step through halfway, and then I'm going to yank her by whatever I can find after me. Because I don't trust her at this point.
That's valid. That's a fair thing. As you go through, and you see the very fine outfit that she had put on to go to this event, like she was planning to attend. Obviously later in the evening as entertainment, but hadn't attend. And she still has the staff in her hand. And with one moment, because you're grabbing onto her, she gestures downwards with the sword. And let's see if this works. I'm going to spend another 3 of my luck. With a 25, you see the slice of ice go through the air and clip the very large warhorse with a 3-foot spike coming out of its head that you can see, running towards you at pitch pace. Just as she steps backwards through the portal, following the pull and gesturing it closed, leaning slightly heavier on the staff. And that's where we're going to go to break tonight. Stretch, bio, refresh, do all of those things. I'm sure nothing is going to go wrong with this. You have a plenty of time to have, dinner and a show. But stretch, bio, refresh. I will be running the ad break, and I'm going to try and fix the title because apparently that didn't work. And we'll see you in the near future, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are back with part 2 of our From Kovir with Love. The title should be fixed now, hopefully. We are, but we're going to pause on that moment of Carrick, Runa, and Cleglis coming back through with Eleanor coming back through the portal. We're going to put a pin in that. Sir George, can I get up another performance check from you, please?
Certainly.
And then can I get a human perception from you?
I think the string breaks.
Yes. The string breaks and pops loudly. The other musicians pause and then go to cover for you.
At that point, there is, again, there. If Avanda's looking, there's a panic look, and now he is transitioning. And yes, we're going to improvise some singing over this now.
Roll and the lead.
There we go.
What is the
Lute?
mandolin? Sorry, like it's not a lute; it's a mandolin. It's a smaller, little more compact. I also like this personally. I like the sound of it better, but that's just me being too Sicilian for the reality, you know. Spanish guitar, lovely. Italian mandolin, just haunting in the right ways. For a variety of reasons. He starts picking out shit, all the Witcher songs I know wouldn't have been written yet.
Ta-da!
None of the Wolven Storm is definitely not written yet.
No.
All okay, a nice a ballad that you can, very obvious, very consistent ballad. That
just transition and start singing now, and again, it's just like I'm playing for time. I'm playing for motherfucking time.
Roll me a human perception.
20.
With a 20, most of the people are just embracing it. You know, there was oh, I'm so sorry that your string broke, because it was obvious, right? Like the string broke and snapped and popped up.
It was loud.
It was loud, but it definitely seemed to have been just unfortunate happenstance that you as a professional covered very well. Like nothing looked bad on you. It was just this moment. Avanda has definitely like registered that there is, you know, is looking around for what you're covering for time for, but doesn't register, like there's nothing pressing for her. She doesn't seem to be reacting as if there's a, you know, she's not acting as if there's an imminent magical attack, if there's anybody spying, anything like that. Madras is literally reclining, just swirling her wine and occasionally talking with Maria Poker and Adra, and the two of them are going off in an older dialect of Nordling. And it's very obvious that they've shifted to this older dialect because they're judging people. The Grand Dams are being judgy as fuck in the moment. And like occasionally Gathin would make eye contact with Dambor, like, what's happening? And would try and like reach over to stop the wait staff from pouring another wine, and Audra would just slap his hand. It's like, go away. We're having fun. And like would actually like push him to switch seats with her so that she can more easily lean over and start gossiping with Madras. But the way the three of them are presenting things, it very much seems to the audience as if this is the natural lull in dinner, right? Like you had the appetizers, now you're having a brief pause to enjoy the music, and then the main course will be presented. A couple of the elves are like, okay, I guess this is a human shit kind of thing, right? Like that's the general vibe that you're getting.
We're playing it off as human shit, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The The only one who looks kind of judgy of you in this moment is Baron Stanimir.
Okay.
He's but he also just gives like he's had a sour lemon look the entire evening.
I have a new character for my novel. Great.
Mm-hmm. Is he in here? Did I put him in here yet?
Baron Stour. Congratulations. You have now become a character in this novelization.
Oh no, I did put I will put Stanimir in there. But he's very nah kind of look that he's presenting.
Yeah.
And just seems to have a like he's sucked on a lemon all evening. But we're gonna pull the camera back upstairs again to that room that you just reappeared in, and Eleanor is leaning heavily on the staff and breathing. And Carrick, could you roll me magical training? Yeah, I think that's the best answer here.
To be clear, I've dropped telepathy. I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, well, I figured.
21.
You feel the magic of this place respond positively to you. And with that negative that you felt, you take a moment and think that she's doing the same thing in reverse.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, and he dusts off his jacket. I'm going to go change.
Mm-hmm.
And when I come back, we're going to have a serious talk about teleporting through circles. And I'm going to see about doing something to prevent you from doing more. Have you tried combining it with a reverse ritual of magic? You know, lowering your ability to handle magic at all?
She is glaring at you and doesn't say a word. And then she turns and says, "Thank you, Runa."
Anytime. Kirk, go change. We can have this
No, he's already
conversation
gone.
later.
Good. The moment she talked to her, turned to talk to you, Carrick is like stormed out.
Good. I am leading Eleanor to the closest chair, chase, or bed.
There's a chair like right next to the fireplace. She kind of put the portal, like when she opened it, was right in the middle of the room, so the chair is closest to get into, rather than like she's equidistant between the chair and the bed, but the chair is easier in the moment.
I'm leading her to the chair. And this is the second time I've caught her after she's come back from a teleport.
I believe it is, yes.
The first time I was a little caught off guard. So this time I'm taking note of anything and everything that is changing as she gets here, in her physicality. And now that I've been to her world and noticed that even I felt a heaviness there, now that I'm over here, now I understand what she was kind of describing to me before. So now I have a better idea of what I'm looking for, of what the differences between here and there are for her. So I'm taking this opportunity of just looking her over, noticing anything that is where the heaviness falls on her person, as we're here, in the same way that it was heavy for me over there.
roll me roll me either healing hands or awareness. I'll accept either in this moment.
Do healing hands, and I shall use a 2 of my luck for a 29.
As you see her kind of breathe for this moment, as she kind of offhand gestures and the staff disappears.
Mhm.
She doesn't do anything with the sword though. That stays in her hand. Um,
Fair enough.
you see, like, just as if somebody had. You have seen George, right?
Yeah.
And you're used to knights. You've seen Carrick. You've used to knights. It almost seems as if, in this brief instant that you've seen her, just since she's teleported back from that other plane of existence, as if she had, as if somebody had just put on a full chainmail and heavy plate armor, right? Like there's just this sudden weight that's settling on her.
Mm-hmm.
But as you sit and look at her longer, you see that same kind of level of a fully trained knight who's used to wearing this heavy armor shift and reposition the body to gesture, like shrug into that chainmail so it settles more easily, shrug into that heavy plate so it fits a little bit more evenly worn. There's still a weight there that she's carrying, but it's something she's used to. It's something that she can, that is becomes negligible, that she can work through, that she's trained through. um and there's this moment of just, after she's breathed a couple times, where she turns to you, is like, well, how did you like visiting home?
Crunchier than you described it.
To be fair, that was a battlefield, and not a lot of people are kind to the remains of a unicorn or slaves.
Um, and I take a moment to absorb the comment, mostly the unicorn part. It's not the first nor probably the last time it will come into conversation, but it still does not sit well with Verna's soul. Um, and I'm like, how are you feeling? Um, is this any different than the last time?
Well, last time I only went, ebbing. This was extra planar, a little more tiring, and apparently I wasn't myself for long periods.
I mean, it had to have been like maybe 2-3 minutes. So it wasn't that long of a moment, but still slightly concerning. Is it the first time you lose yourself in that way? Fall back into a time of past?
To my knowledge.
Mm.
Probably based on where I was. And who was there.
Who was there?
Oh, you didn't see the 6 unicorns that were riding, well, riding, charging, I should say.
No, nothing. I saw nothing. Not the first thing you were attacked, nor the second.
Cleglis will say, well, I heard hoofbeats, but I didn't see anything. And she'll, like, Eleanor will be like, that's fair. They are very good at hiding. You would not expect a horse 20 hands high to be subtle.
Not at all. No. Um. Okay. Well, what were you taking a nap before this, or? What prompted the slip?
I was distracted. I shall not be going forward. I appreciate your concern, Runa. You are a brilliant doctor.
I got one thing going for me. Have to make it count.
I think you have something more than one. And she kind of like smiles at Cleglas. I apologize. We have not been introduced. I am Eleanor Delcroix. Well, no, that's not true. We have been introduced. I've met. She wouldn't have made that mistake. That was a Prax mistake. And she would be like, my dear Cleglas, how are you? I hope you will. How was your trip with a bunch of snooty Anshid? To which Cleglas says, well, I'm here instead of there. So are you going to ask him for the thing? Because I think you should ask him for the thing.
You see, he's in a mood right now, and
Yeah, but
it
it'll be the perfect time to undercut that mood. It will be perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I feel like you and I may have a different definition of what perfect means. I'm still mad at him, okay? I'm mad at him, and I can't bring it to myself to ask him for anything right now. Okay? Okay, that's what it is.
Okay, now why are you mad at him? But we're talking through this. Why are we mad at him? I mean, I'm all for being mad at men in general. Usually they deserve it. But why particularly are we mad at Kirk?
Because the moment he found out that just there was an iota of connection between me and his sister, his family, suddenly I betrayed him. Suddenly it was me who immediately, not even a second thought, just the moment he had the thought, he turns to me and says, did my sister, did she send you? You were sent by her. Just immediately accusatory. Years I know this man. Years I know him. And you know, we both have different definitions of friendship. Sure, I understand. But I felt that there was more to that relationship, that I deserved more than a millisecond before being accused of something that, for the record, I wasn't. I didn't even know they were related. They had different last names. How was I supposed to know?
So the question becomes, have you seen Carrick and his sister alone in a room without, a secretary there taking dictation about this party that they were throwing? The entire last 3 weeks?
I'll admit I have been avoiding him.
So, we don't know what the family Jushi drama is yet.
No, I do now know that apparently he's back in the family, though.
Did he know that beforehand?
He did not by the look on his face.
Really? Ooh. Well, we should make sure we attend this little gathering so we can get more information, because we can look. I'm just betting that he's so dedicated to the upset between him and his sister that the fact that his friend would have any tie to the woman who he's more mad at means that he didn't think. Most men don't, in my very long years of experience.
There's also the small matter that I want his aunt dead.
Yes,
And I
but he
don't think
doesn't
he-
know that yet. You and I know that, but he doesn't know that.
But if he were to know that, if there's one thing I've learned over these past couple of weeks, is that he has a weird attachment to family that he even hates.
Yeah.
And I fear that if he found out that I was plotting against his family, that it would not go well.
Well, we're not actively plotting against his family at the moment. We plotted against his family. Past tense.
I mean, you know the man, he doesn't really work in.
All men are the same, darling. At a certain point, all of them are the same. They like to pretend they're different and individual, and they are. There are many reasons. Look, I'm not going to. And she kind of looks between you and Cleglis and goes, I have multiple reasons why multiple men are very enjoyable, but at the end of the day, they're all children. They are all children. Even when they think they're grown-ass adults. Have you seen
Well, we cannot.
Think about it. Who is more annoying when they get sick?
A man.
Stab them, they're totally fine. Give them a teeny little bit of flu. Ugh, you'll never hear the end of it.
Well, then you would understand why maybe I wouldn't want to ask a child to help with a child.
But think of the wonderful reasons about why he would be the one to give it to you.
You see him short. Feels like a short list.
But think of his face when you ask.
I can think about his face when he finds out that his aunt is dead.
Yes, we can wait till afterward. He doesn't even have to know that you were in any way involved or thought about it.
I am unsure. And I do want this. And I look at Cleglis and I'm like, I do want this. Do not think my hesitation is because I have a hesitancy about it.
I'm totally aware that you do not have a hesitancy about this. I am personally of the opinion that this is the perfect time, for a variety of reasons, for this to happen, darling. Not the least of which, having a mage of his renown with the appropriate political connections and the protections that come with that. Now, admittedly, we still have to deal with the aunt problem eventually, but that's a future problem.
No, that's give me the day. Give me the day. He needs the day anyways. He's probably going to go pass out in his room.
Ugh.
Use a lot of magic to get to you.
And I will thank him appropriately when I see him. But I do think, perhaps, we just avoid the whole aunt issue for now. And, you know, he's the one that gave you that life debt.
We're right. All right, well, we have to return to a party. Will you be accompanying us?
I will attend shortly. I need to freshen up a little bit. And one of my stature is always makes an entrance, shall we say.
Understandable. Well, if you need anything, please do not hesitate
I
to
appreciate
ask.
it. No, I appreciate it. And she'll, like, pat you on the shoulder. And you just feel the slight brush of something across your hair at the back of your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. I'm not going to go anywhere.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Carrick could do that again.
Yeah,
Might
Keevan,
pass out holding open that teleport.
I'm the one who did that. Um. Oh, on the way back, I did that. I understand. He's the one who followed, and I appreciate that, and I will definitely say thank you and express my appreciation. Ah, it'll be fine, mon chéri. It'll be fine.
If you say so. All right. I will leave you to freshen up. And I will hold out the crook of my arm toward Cleglas and say, well, back to the soiree we go.
Cleglas will link her arm with yours, and as you kind of walk out, she'll leave the door just slightly cracked, just in case. And then she'll as you get 4 or 5, meters down the hall, she'll go, well, I think it's a wise idea. And it might distract people from other things, perhaps.
I mean, you're right. Either way, I feel like I'm manipulating him, and that's not what I want to do.
Well, if we're asking, then we're not manipulating.
But I'm manipulating the situation.
We're not even manipulating the situation. We're merely asking for a thing. He offered a thing. We're asking for the thing.
Don't know if you'll see it like that.
Well, then I'll ask him. If you don't feel like manipulating, if you feel like it's manipulating him, if you ask, then I'll ask him.
No, I'll ask him. It's fine. I feel like I need to find the right moment.
That's what you've said for the past 30 years.
Well, that was different. Past 30 years, I've had an eye in the sky watching me, and not the good kind.
No, you've had 2, darling. Remember, one of them at least is good kind.
All right, well, I promise I'll do it this week. Actually, this time. Unless there is some crazy time warping situation that happens, it will be in the next few days. I will promise you anything.
You'll promise me anything.
Anything.
Do you recall that small little summer house and the garden that you promised me?
Yes, I do. Yep. I do remember. I do recall small memory of a garden. Yes.
Of a garden that, to my knowledge, is still a pile of rock.
I mean, it might not be rocks anymore. Erosion and all that.
Yes, 20 years is a long time for a garden not to exist, dear.
When I don't remember her real name. Francine? Is that her name? Francesca? Yeah. I just only remember Franny.
Yeah.
When Francesca is dead, I will cover the continent with any and every flower you've ever dreamed of. I will follow you wherever you may lead us. My life will forever be yours.
And she will stop, because you've been walking and talking to this point, and you're just approaching what would be the dining room. And she'll stop 10 feet around the corner, and she will lean over and kiss you. And stand back up and say, once that woman is no longer breathing, I'll hold you to it.
And while we're stopped, I will from under I will take off an a symbol, an amulet of sorts, that I've had for a very long time. It was given to me by someone of note when I was much younger. And I will put it over Cleglus's head, onto her neck. And I will tell her, then it is a promise.
And she'll lift the amulet that you gave her, kiss it, and stick it under her collar. Because as beautiful as the amulet is, she is kind of dressed as a high priestess of Melatelli, and it doesn't quite go, but you know that she's going to wear it eternally. All right. Well, are we looking like we ran off to be horribly inappropriate, or like we were doing something very important and pretentious?
I would never defile a priestess of Melatelli.
At least not yet. And she'll sashay back in to the dining room.
And I'll let her get a few steps ahead of me before following and catching up.
George, you would see Clegless and Runa re-enter right about the time you start singing. Right? Like this is the time matched at this point.
That's mildly reassuring, but I'm just going, okay. They don't look like anyone's dead. But at the same time, I now have to time this. So just like head on a swivel for any sign of Carrick, because I need to like either, depending on what the small cues I'm getting from those who are in the know, I either need to play up his entrance or I need to mask it.
You would see just about the time you finish the first song, right, that you're singing, one of the serving staff make eye contact with the head of the minstrels, and he would shift the key, make eye contact with you and start shifting into a song that reads as the presentation of the feast, of the hunt.
That is my cue to. This is not necessarily the best social etiquette for a night, but for the performer, it is. This is the crowd working song. Where you go around. If there were any children seated, this is where you get them up. You have them dance slightly, and then the servants come in with all the food.
Yes, the presentation of the feast. Yeah. Carrick.
Yeah.
Vitally important question. Are you leading the presentation of the feast, or are you walking behind the meat at the end?
Walking behind the meat at the end.
Roll me awareness as you come in. And can I get a performance check from Sir George?
Yep. Using my last luck. 18.
24.
The music cue is right on beat. You're shifted correctly. The room is violent. You start with the presentation of the various side dishes, of course. The maple glazed carrots with just a little bit of chili peppers in them to give them a little bit of a kick. The gratin of potatoes and turnips. A large, of course, the breads, always, and the butters. And then each of the tables will receive 2 porchetta of wild boar. Because yes. And there is a large, fully spit roasted elk being carried in by 6 of the weight of the kitchen staff, with Carrick behind it. Carrick.
Mm-hmm.
The only one who makes eye contact with you that you can tell knew that this was not correct was your sister. And
Yeah.
there's just this look on her face. There's just this brief eye contact moment of like, well, you played that well enough. I can continue to play off. Nobody noticed.
And Carrick's dressed differently now too. He's thrown off the original outer tunic he had to reveal like the soft gray, almost like chain linked linen that was underneath it, with tons of embroidery. And he's put on a new surcoat with very long sleeves of a light powder blue and silver embroidery with platinum buttons. So he looks very fancy, very, very fancy. The glaive is nowhere to be found. The old jacket and all of its dust is nowhere to be found. The only giveaway is that his boots still have just a little bit of snow on them, just a little bit. And he pulls out a dagger from behind his back because the same dagger is still there, and he says, "And now we really eat." And will take the dagger, stab the gigantic beast in the head.
The elk, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then pulls it out. Like, this is showmanship, and starts filleting it. He will openly take a bite in front of everyone, right, as the host, to state this is not poisoned. Does that matter in his case? No, it does not.
No, it doesn't matter for
But
you.
most people don't know that, so it's fine. And he starts filleting it and asking a servant to take slices of it to whomever asks for it.
Well, I mean, there's a sliding scale of rank first, right?
Yeah. It's also like some people probably might not want to eat the meat, and that's fine.
Yeah,
That's
a
fine.
big chunk of the whole left-hand table doesn't eat it. Interestingly enough, of the elves on the left table, Jacob, Geralt, Lenore, and Nisha all partake of the elk.
Carrick will also obviously partake.
Mhm.
I don't know about George and Runa, or Cleglis, actually, come to think of it.
No, Cleglis is a priestess of Melatelli, the trifold goddess, who is also both is also represented by the Morrigan. She eats meat.
Yeah, she gets a slice. It's a bit bigger than it should be.
Yeah.
And they're not just dumped onto a plate. Like, he will slice them neatly.
Yeah.
And
It's presentation.
actually, presentation. Let me roll a social etiquette roll. I feel like that's
Please,
fair, right?
I was about to ask for one.
Absolutely. I'll add a point of luck to this because I've noticed I've gotten some in chat. Thank you, chat. 23.
23. Everybody is playing this off as exactly correct. And again, the only person who seems persnickety about the whole thing, you would realize, is Baron Stanimir. But again, this is the man who's looked like he's been sucking on a lemon all night. He's not giving any, like, insult. It's not anything like that. It's just a general displeasure with existence.
Do you know how sometimes when you have a big old thing of meat, you stud it with cloves?
Or garlic.
Yeah. So there's a full-on, like, actual hard clove in his food.
Oh, well,
Oops.
It's fine. It'll be great.
If he chokes on it and coughs, it's fine. He'll be okay.
He might hit it with a knife before he does that, depending on how things go.
For the vegetarians, he will also make a show of, like, putting the potatoes gratin and vegetables on the dishes himself, as if he were serving a gigantic meat dish.
Yes, the same
and
level.
He will taste each one the same level. They're all fine.
The ambassador Rory, very pleased with this. You kind of get the vibe that Evelyn and Roslyn are younger and are watching others to see what the appropriate response is, but they appreciate your good manners. Kaelin and Lorcan and Tristram are just given their age, their appearance, and just general things is like, they're not being they're not being insulting, but there's this fine line of like accepting what you're offering, but they're accepting it more from you than from your sister, right? Like they can accept it from you because your grandfather is who sent them here. But they are definitely, given their age and just general demeanor, they may not have been physically at Ailurin's rebellion, but that doesn't necessarily mean they didn't agree with it.
Yeah, I get that.
But the elves at the end of the table are acting very differently. They all seem younger. They all seem attentive. About the only one who isn't, Jacob, Geralt, and Lenore, definitely seen that way. Naisha seems to be much more engaged with the conversation with Volker and Norbert, but is very, he's older than the others, but and kind of seems to be directing the other three. Those three are diligently kind of avoiding looking at the upper edge of the table.
I see. I have a question, by the way, while I'm serving food out to everyone. Do I have any fans here? I'm not talking about Carrick, to be clear. I'm talking about the Drake Prince.
Oh, yeah. You do. I mean, less so at this dinner, right? Because this is the formal dinner. This is the state dinner, right? Like, there's also a banquet going on outside on the grounds for those who are just here to attend the tournament, right? Like, and the Madras is also, hosting that technically, like, is providing food for that, and is, there was a whole dinner thing for that, but those are, like, the majority of the masses are. In here, it's the direct vassals, those of rank and name and note. But like Vilnessa, Vidrana is a knight of of Major and of Majore, and is, you can kind of see that there's this level of like slight, I'm not going to fangirl, I'm going to be perfectly acceptable. It's okay. But there's this little level of, you are so used to having fans around you, when that person, is trying to avoid being that level of, I'm just gonna stay here and this is cool. I'm cool, right? Like, I'm cool. And she's like kind of glancing around, kind of like that. Bastion, who is the husband of Sir Desimir, has kind of leaned over a couple times, poking at Desimir in that kind of friendly spouse way of like, you should go up to him, honey. You should really just say hi. Like, it's totally, that kind of just level of just that level of needling that just a spouse can do. And he's like, stop it. You don't want to bother him. Geralt is full on doe-eyed at you, in a sense. He is riveted in like kind of looking around. Jacob keeps shoving him under the table, like, be cool. Like, be cool, dude. Like, be cool. If you had to put them in an example, you would perhaps say that Jacob, Geralt, and Lenore are the, like, teen contingent that's here with a chaperone. It's the kids' end of the table. They are here with their chaperone, and their chaperone is really not paying a lot of attention to them right now.
That's good. That's very good. Once he's done, he's gonna go up to his part of the table with a plate all to his own. He wouldn't get a servant to take it; he'd take it himself, and sit down to finally eat, and like finally relax into his chair a little bit because he's not. He's tired.
Oh, he's
He's
tired.
a bit tired.
He's a bit
Just a
tired.
little bit.
He's a
Just
bit
a little
tired. I mean, by this point, you can say you have a full stamina recovery because the full presentation of everything would be enough time to recover stamina.
Yeah, but the days are long, my friend, and the amount of magic cast is still the magic cast, right? And on top of it all, just the stress of everything that has led up to this moment has been overwhelming. Plus, there's the surprise return to inheritance he just had, which is something he still hasn't contemplated. So it's great. I probably will roll a deceit to actually I'll roll a charisma to just seem like
Everything's fine.
everything's fine.
Yeah.
17, not great, not bad, but not great.
Just checking a thing. Just checking a thing. I can type.
Yeah, this is not going well for me.
Better than you think. Your sister will lean over and just subtly, with the back of her hand, push the wine glass towards you.
Am I showing that bad?
You're breathing a little heavy.
Sorry about the whole that.
You're fine. By the way, Audra's going to support me in anything I choose to do, and she's got Gathan tied up tighter than a bow.
That's good. Now, how are the other two faring? Are they getting on well? He looks to the end of the table, and no, not the end with the king and queen of Kovir, the other end of the table, to see how. Yeah.
Again, George wasn't seated when you came in. He was singing and working the crowd. He will have, by the time he doesn't finish until you're finished with about wrapping up with the serving. He will go to the players and very, very quietly, like, lock eyes with all of them, and not to be heard by anyone but them, go, I am gravely in your debt. If you need work, come and find my manse, please.
There's a nod, but there's also like an eye contact with you. It's like, if we ever need it. But there's also a look, like a dart of their eyes towards Madras of like, they don't plan to need it.
Seeing that, I'm going like, good. And just like turns around and then like almost on cue gets in his chair just before the high table, like,
before your
starts,
plate appears. And
and then
Anessa
just sits down and goes, like, as he finally is seated, to Anessa, thank you for your indulgence, Your Highness.
I enjoyed it immensely. You're a gifted performer, sir.
Thank you for that kindness.
It's not kindness to state a truth. One should be proud of one's skills and accomplishments. My grandmother taught me that.
And he just sort of like quietly nods and then like, thank you for the food.
You'll enjoy this. And she'll like lean over and put a piece of the porchetta, because the elk was what's being served. The porchetta was on the tables. And she'll put a piece of the porchetta on your plate for you. And I think that's, Carrick, what you and Madras would see her do.
Good. Well, in that case, he takes up his glass and he stands up. Now he's gonna give a little toast. My friends, my neighbors. And he looks to the end of the table, both ends of the table, but ending on the far end where George is sitting. My family. To be back home is a gift. And I thank you all for being here to welcome me to it. Now, I probably could go on and on about what I owe each and every one of you, and I could probably also go on and on about the many stories I have from the time I've been away. But let's be honest, we're all starving, so let's just eat. And he raises his glass. Everyone drinks. He drinks. He sits down. It's a bit too hard, and he immediately just starts eating himself.
Mm-hmm. Madras would slide as she's like just general chit-chatting, being the hostess at the table, leading things and gesturing to people at the other tables. And, you know, of course, the Arls will come up at various points to make their, you know, greetings and, you know, various, you know, things. The Barons would do the same in order of rank, correct? And, you know, she would not interrupt you while you're eating, but she would, you know, it's like, this is my brother, this is, you know, all the general introductions that would be expected in an event like this. And after everyone has eaten, and she'd say, now, as every good party should have, before we dine on some fine desserts, there should be dancing! And she gestures to the minstrels at the musicians to shift into a dance. And a much more upbeat music starts playing. And Dambor will turn and say, niece, would you please do me the dear honor of the dance? To lead Madras onto the floor first.
Carrick will turn towards Maria and say, Auntie, if you wouldn't mind.
And she'll laugh at that. It's like, well, at least I have a better dance partner.
Well, I guess I'm playing spouse today. It's fine. Her husband's been dead for a very long time. And I draw her on.
Her husband's next to you.
Not her husband, the other husband, Madras's.
Oh, Madras's husband has been dead for a very long time, yes.
Yeah. I'm doing my best to do what he would have done.
Yeah, you're playing the brother at this point. Like, like the highest rank noble present asked the hostess to dance, is what happened. Sorry, you got placed in second place.
No, it's fine.
Can I get a performance from you?
Performance?
Unless there's something else you think that you should dance.
Dancing.
Performance dancing or social. I'll accept a social etiquette.
Here's the thing, we're both half-elves. In a room full of humans that seem to really like half-elves. Not for her, but for the others in the room, would you be comfortable with me being seductive?
Sure, if you're like you can play off the seduction as a seduction for the room rather than for her, because there's also that level of the grand dame is dancing with a hot young thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now.
I mean, you're about the same age, but she looks it and you don't.
I'll add.
Actually, you're a few years older than she is, but
I'm a few years older than most people in here. It's fine. I'll add an extra point of the chat luck to this, and this number is 27 for the humans in the room, and I think possibly 26 for the elves in the room. Is that how that works?
Yes, would be how it would be. Well, the humans are enjoying it. Well, let me phrase that. The humans who are into male-presenting individuals are really into it. Those who are not are enjoying the appearance. You dance very beautifully. Sir George, after like the first turn with Madras and Carrick by themselves on the dance floor, Anessa will kind of look at you pointedly.
Johannes, would you like to join me?
I would love to. Thank you for putting up with Uncle Carrick's ideas.
He is a good friend, and I try my best.
And usually he's right about most things, but I think we'll have a quite fine time.
And I will do that performance dance test.
You get a +2 because she's trying to help you.
Oh, in that case, I get a +4 because I've been practicing.
Yes, you have.
20.
20. A respectable follow-up to the hotness that is Carrick.
I am not trying to woo anyone right now.
It's okay.
I just probably did like a 25-minute set, and now after eating a bit of food, I'm back on my feet.
Yeah. So like an Italian wedding.
Honestly, it's kind of a wonder any one of us is standing. Two of us went to a different planet. I mean, we're...
Plane of existence. Plane of existence.
Either or, if we're being honest with ourselves. The difference
no.
hardly matters when you cannot travel space.
It is an important distinction because there are no vampires.
It's great.
No
Great.
vampires yet.
Yeah, that would suggest there are vampires here. You realize that, right, Prax?
Well, higher vampires can be wherever the fuck they want. Could you really...
I'll roll to look for vampires.
Answer me this. If Detlef walked into this room, would you be able to, A, tell him no, or B, be like, get out?
No, that's when we run away.
I mean, maybe.
Look, at least there's no, terrifying vampire who's taking the place of an actual human guest at this party.
That is definitely true. Probably. Runa. Once Anessa starts dancing, the like general vibe is like the married couples are getting up and dancing. Lucas and Agnes are playing off the "we're old, we're gonna sit here" level of we don't need to dance. They're also of like, I'm not low enough rank, I don't have to dance, but I'm gonna sit here and do it, whatever. Cleglis will look at you. You're muted.
And if she wants to dance, I'll go in and dance. We just both know that this dance is for us and no one else.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am not very lithe.
Mm-hmm. It's also, there is a height differential.
Yeah.
But she will lead you in dancing because she enjoys it, right? She's not looking to have this be a big showmanship thing. She's not trying to impress anybody. She enjoys dancing and she enjoys dancing with you.
Mm-hmm. And for that, we are out there dancing.
By the end of the first song, we are now into partner shifting. Various people are, Gathin has asked Madras to dance. Dambur has asked Audra, shifting around the beginnings of shifting to the dance. Do you continue dancing at this moment?
I will take my cues from the others, but if we're all dancing, who's the guy who looks like he's sucking on a sour lemon again? What's his name?
Stanimir. Seated next to Baroness Sabina and her husband Oscar.
And he's here alone?
Yes, he is unmarried, unwed, unengaged.
No, that's depressing. So instead I'm going to go to... You remember what Sir Desimir was like about me, privately?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to Bastion and ask for a dance.
And Bastion will smile and then wink at his husband and stand up to dance with you. And it's just like, so are you doing this just to get under his skin? Because I'm appreciating it, but I'm going to have a lot more fun if that's true.
Oh, absolutely. It's exactly the reason why I'm doing this. I overheard you two
Mhm.
giggling at each other, and I thought, well, why not have fun at a fan's expense?
Ah, totally here for it. How much fun are we having with this?
How much fun would you like?
As much as you want.
I'll roll another seduction roll. It's fine.
Please go ahead and roll +2 because he's going to help you with this.
Great. 19. Bit calmer, bit cooler.
Yeah, but
later
you're
on,
also being more targeted in this, I believe is the answer.
A little bit. But not for Bastion, for Desimir.
No, for Desimir, that's the point. It's like Bastion is playing up this, and it's about 3/4 of the way through the dance that Desimir will get up and cut in to steal his husband back. Because you're cool, you're hot, but there's a level of this ended up being that way. And Creefson will walk up to you and like put a hand on your shoulder at that point and go, "Are you really doing this?
Doing what?
This
Partying?
noble shit."
I am a noble shit.
Well, you're definitely shit.
You didn't say that last time when I wiped the ground with you.
As I recall, it was a tie.
Oh, a tie. Right, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You must have slipped my mind. Look, this is family. What's your family like, anyway?
Ooh, pass. Hard pass.
Well, exactly. So you understand the situation I'm in. To a degree.
Fair.
Look, just come and have fun.
Fine. I'll come and have fun. Do you think your niece would I ask her to dance?
I think George does need saving, so yes.
And he'll kind of like clap you on the back and walk away. George,
I know Creefson.
Yeah, you know who Creefson is. He's gonna pat you on the shoulder. He's like,
Yep.
I'm cutting in. He's like, he doesn't
Fine.
ask. He just leads Aness off. And he is, again, a skilled fighter. Really translates very well to dance.
Yeah. No, just transition out, and it's very much with George Ori doing the thing very like he's transitioned to being back on as a performer, but also understanding like, yeah, no, are any of the elven delegation dancing, or is it just the humans?
Well, the younger teenager Melvin delegation is dancing. Avalyn and Roslyn are kind of leaning into each other, chatting in that level of like, they'd be willing to, but they don't know the steps kind of level. Kaylin and Lorcan are like, don't ask me, I'm not doing this. And Tristram is on to his fourth mead.
No. You don't know the steps? I can teach you. Let's go.
I do the same. Like, I think you go for maybe Avalyn and I go for Roslyn, or the other way around.
Yeah. It's get them on their feet, get them past, so there can be intermingling and people can, not be just cordoned off.
Rona, can I get an awareness from you, please?
Of course. Ooh, an 18.
Rory has stood up, the ambassador has stood up and walked over to ask Maria Pulcher very politely for a dance. Pulchria, technically, which is very annoying because it should be Maria Pulcrissima, and it bothers me that the Latin is that bad. Sorry. It's like, you give me half a superlative and don't give me the rest of it, right? Like, that's a... Sorry, classics person problems. And he's not ignoring Audra, but there's this level of like, I can ask her to dance because she's at least half elven. And there's a fluidity in his dance movements as if he is a very good dancer, but there's also a stiffness as if he doesn't this is like a trained pattern. He is not 100% on the steps. He still looks good because he is a trained dancer. Um uh you would see Norbert and Volker both like elbowing Nasha a few times. As Sir George and Prince Carrick dance. By about the fourth dance, Madras is retreated to sitting. The woman is older; she needs to rest for a little bit. And the grand dames have kind of joined together and like all shifted so that they're sitting in the center of the table. Um, uh, but Evelyn and Roslyn do not. I mean, it's awkward in the sense that they don't know what they're doing, but they are very well trained, and there's a fluidity in their movements that makes up for a lack of knowledge. And there's a vibe that's very positive. Runa, you'd be the only one to see that Nausha would pick up his drink, down it, flip it over, and say, "Fine," and stands up.
Mm-hmm.
And walk over to cut in with Carrick. To lead and offer and formally, fully bow and offer a hand to Carrick.
Who is this again?
Nausha. The gentleman who's acting is chaperone to the young elven contingent.
He'll do a small bow in response, and do a quick, like, perfunctory dance. Just, I get that you're doing this not because you want to, but because you feel like you have to. I'll do it. I'll be kind.
Carrick, roll me a resist magic.
Theoretically, I'm good at that. I have 1 luck left. We're gonna use that. I don't like magic on me. I'm not gonna lie. Which is a bit ironic, I know, but still. 21.
You needed a 20. Carrick, as Nausha will lead you through the dance and get to the very end where he will then bow formally over and kiss your hand, you feel something heavy on your hand as he turns to walk back to his seat.
A physical thing?
A physical thing.
I just shove it in the pocket. Don't look at it.
Oh, well, you would have to take it off your finger.
Oh, there's a ring on my finger. I hate that.
There is a ring on your finger.
Mm-hmm.
I take a look at it.
Yeah, it's that signet ring of yours.
What? I look at him.
He does not look like anyone you recognize. He is tall, blonde, almost white hair. Looks more like your uncle than anyone you've ever seen before.
I don't like this. And because I don't like this, and I'm gonna be mean, he walks up to Avanda, of all people, and asks her to dance. And he will do so in a way that crosses right in front of George, so George has to take notice. Sorry.
No. That is not sorry. That is. This is how George is going to take this moment. Is he sees that, and he's going. How he's been avoiding every time I mention the name of Vonda that he's dancing with her. Oh, something's terribly wrong. Great.
Avanda will look at you, but she's she's a graduate of Aretusa, and she, with perfect manners, will stand up, smile, nod, and go to reach for the hand that you offer. Carrick, can you roll me resist magic, please?
Again?
Yeah.
This isn't fair. I feel like I'm being targeted for some reason. 17.
She goes to put her hand on yours and she pulls it away, shocked briefly.
I reach up to the signet ring that's stuck on my hand. I take it off.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
shove
can
it
take
in
it
my
off, it's
pocket.
fine.
Yeah. And I reach out my hand again. Static.
Roll me over resist magic.
This keeps on happening. Keeps on.
And she pulls back, shocked, and she's going to do a thing. Because she's not dumb.
Neither am I. Can I do? While this is happening, can I do a little magical training to figure out what the hell just happened?
Yeah, you can do the same thing she's doing. Sure. She got a 20.
Jeez.
Hey, Carrick.
Yeah.
You know how you're cursed? You're going to know the answer immediately because you know yourself. Avanda doesn't know your curses.
Mm-hmm.
You know that one thing that really that could not happen before? The one thing that Kanye could never do?
Touch me?
Yeah, and he just danced with you.
I thought I needed a 20 to beat that resist magic. But...
Oh, no, you needed a 20 for him to do it.
Okay, this is just terrible. Is it impossible to dance with Avanda then? Is that what's going on?
It seems to be. She can't touch you.
Ooh.
Now that's weird because I just danced with a bunch of different people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you just danced with someone you were not supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, hold on. This is a magical effect.
Yes. You can ask me 4 questions.
Due to an accident that happened a long, long time ago, Carrick has Dimeridium still kind of stuck in his blood, which is why he's weaker to it. Would Dimeridium help in this situation or hinder?
It would do neither. A curse is not affected by Dimeridium.
Okay. 2, is the curse broken?
Not quite.
I just got the kiss of true love, I'm saying. Just saying.
He kissed your hand.
What a jerk. Didn't do what I asked him to do.
Look, he's got a bunch of people who wanted him to do this in the middle of a dance floor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
For someone who, by all appearances, does not have the rank to be anywhere near you.
How long is this effect of not being able to dance with someone else going to take place, and does it have any other effects that I should know about?
Right now, it feels like perhaps it being partially broken, you can't touch anybody but family.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take it. Without but if I resist magic enough,
You might be able to come it.
Is there anything I can do to make myself more passively capable at resisting this effect?
You think that you might be able to if you had a conversation with someone.
Well, I come to this realization first.
She's like, and the only thing that Avanda's like is, and she looks at you and she's like, really? You ended up cursed again?
I think this might be one of the earlier ones. I was hoping to support you a little bit while you recovered. How are you recovering, by the way?
I'm fine. And she'll like lean over and goes, do you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to find an appropriate sized gem to replace one's staff head? And then begins moving around, like moving as if she's just the two of you are just going to start circulating and talking rather than
Yeah.
dancing, because she recognizes that there's a problem.
It's honestly probably a good thing I'm rather weary. This day's been trying. George never introduced us, did he?
George doesn't introduce a lot of people.
It's a good thing we already know each other, at least in slight. How are things? How's the school?
Going well. The boys are getting used to things. The power's interesting. Kenna's decided that she's going to teach.
That doesn't seem like a smart And he hold his tongue.
She's going to teach combat.
Well, that's even more disturbing. The last thing you want to teach those boys is combat.
I believe she decided it was important to show them that there are multiple ways that a woman can put a man on the ground.
Oh, so it's to show off. Well, that makes a lot more sense. I need your help.
I figured.
Oh, not about this. I have a feeling I can handle this. It's more... And I make a meaningful look towards George.
What, pray tell?
You of all people understand responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And thus you understand what needs to be done when you're a person of George's rank. That's not going to work. Not unless she's got a 7 intelligence.
If you had 1 point of luck.
I don't know if there's any chat luck.
Math? No, because the last 2 that Lysander gave were to Runa and George.
Ah, that's perfectly fine. I don't really need it, and it doesn't look like anything if I fail. It's cool.
Sure.
I need something for my grandniece, and George needs a wife.
He is getting on in years.
He
Would be
is, and
stable. Would not allow Radovid's line to continue to have any authority. Like a Nessa overall.
And in addition to that, perhaps most importantly, it allowed me to keep him safe.
What happened? Beyond what I saw, because,
And what did you see exactly?
well, the
Scrying is
sword and then
tricky.
the explosion. Well, the explosion of the staff. That was very upsetting. Fire. Bad.
He was stabbed in the gut. Days of recovery, and still I don't think he's fully recovered. Not mentally, at least. He stopped having the usual optimism George usually has.
So, stability is what we want then.
Stability in a place in which we can keep an eye on him. Plus, I'll be honest, George would be a great consort to the princess. When the time should come.
I could see positives there. Multiple ones, actually.
Precisely. And it'd be good for business too. I imagine what it'd be like to have a fairy tale wedding around here. He could write about it in one of his books, and even if he didn't, the famed author has a love story of his own.
Will sell well. The books, have you not read them? They're very good. I enjoy them.
I'm trying to avoid them.
You should read them. You
I
can't get
do.
upset. I'm the main character.
You're the main character?
Yes. And if I'm not upset, you can't be.
I don't think that's how it works.
It's what I'm saying. It is.
I'm just saying his pen is quite more formidable than one would think. And in a dangerous way.
It would give me... And what, pray tell, are you going to give me for this agreement?
What would you like?
I think... I'll hold that in reserve.
I will give you something for free, though.
Oh.
What are the magic schools that you know of?
Artusa.
Of course.
That little thing in down south.
Grayson Hall.
Ah, yes. Apparently a bunch of vipers have started hanging out there.
Kadarin of Adern has started his own.
Really?
Yes.
He has been more entertaining now that he's been hanging out with that witcher.
So I hear.
So, in that case, I think it would be appropriate. I'll hold that in reserve.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to deal with whatever this is, and I'll go have a conversation.
Thank you so much, Avanda, for your time and your intelligence. And I apologize for not being able to dance with you.
It's quite all
If
right.
that's something you actually wanted.
I don't usually want to dance with men anyways.
If there is a man that you could dance with, just putting it out there, Baron Stanimir is lonely and just looking for an excuse to act out on it. If you could push someone his way, I'd appreciate it.
How big of a mess do you want?
All I want is for him not to yell at people.
Oh.
And I think he's quite close to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant, like, actually cause a scene. Otherwise I was going to throw Kenna at him.
Well, do you think that'd be a good time?
I would be entertained.
I'll leave it to your judgment, then.
Do you think his sister would enjoy that?
I think she would. Now, if anyone asks, I'm going to go outside and greet the average banquet goer, and instead I'm going to be caught off to the side with someone who I need to have a talk with.
You go do that. I'm going to go talk to George. Oh, I have a letter from Saris for him. And she'll walk away. George. Avanda will walk up to you and lean over you as you're chatting with Anessa at the table. I believe is where you ended up. Correct?
Well, no, I've been dancing.
Oh, you've been dancing.
What?
She will cut in then.
With whichever elf I can get my hands on, it's just been like one after another. Oh, look, humans, you can actually mingle with these other people.
She will cut in between Evelyn and you and says like, I'm so sorry, darling. I need to steal George for a moment. It's okay. Yes, and she'll start dancing with you. So, you're getting married.
Oh no, you too.
It's a brilliant idea.
I would think the young lady gets a say in the matter.
Well, sure, but... And she kind of like looks over at Anessa. She hasn't said no.
Not no is not a yes.
Yes, but at this rank and level, it kind of is, darling.
We'll see. I have a present to give her later this evening. We'll see how things go.
Good, you gave her a present. That's impressive.
Not yet. I just prepared. Again, Sir Turld was very thorough, and his wife Dulcia, Lady Dulcia, was even more so.
Yes. I'm fully aware. Like I maybe sent her books.
Ah. Are you okay?
Oh, I will be. Rather frustrated that a simple basic spell decided to just have such a negative reaction. I'm blaming certain outside forces.
There's a lot of outside forces.
Are you all right?
No, but that doesn't stop the world from turning.
What can we do to make it all right?
I don't like violence, and I definitely don't like scheming. This is not my world. This is not my thing. I stick to writing fiction and getting ready for, fighting on the list. But a certain daisy has developed thorns and is not going to be happy until a
She's not
number of
going
good people are dead.
she's not going to be happy until a lot of people are dead and an entire kingdom burns. That's a separate issue. George, you have a title and land. You no longer get to ignore the fact that you are part of politics.
Still adjusting to the thought. This wasn't supposed to happen.
You got knighted. It was a very strong probability that it would continue.
I was perfectly happy with my station as a house knight, training up the next nobility and what they're supposed to do, going to the banners should war be declared, and just staying there.
That didn't mean you should ignore politics, George. You are now a member of the nobility. Once you are knighted, you are a member of the nobility. Now you are a landed member of the nobility. You've left behind gentry, you've left behind peasant. You have to pay attention to the politics.
So, what does politics have to do with falling leaves?
Well, it depends whom you ask.
I'm asking you.
You're asking me. It depends which leaves are falling.
Elven ones.
In that case, I would say most of them are survivors.
That hold a grudge.
Violent massacre will do that.
Well, the politics seem to be that they're not done, and they are
Probably,
going to war through other means.
yes, probably not done by any means. That's why you need to pay attention to the politics, George.
And I'm starting to. I'm not good at politics, never was. But you're asking what can be made better? A daisy plucked from a garden and the leaves picked up and disposed of.
One of those things will probably happen sooner than the other.
Again, I'm not good at politics and I'm not a gardener.
No, but if you were a gardener, you'd know that leaves fall regularly from a number of trees. And picking them all up requires a lot more effort, but a single daisy pulled from the ground and ground into a mortal and pestle turned into some sort of vague apothecary usage, which would be better than the usage of it being merely growing as a weed in the grass. Well, one of those is easier than the other.
Depends on how deep the roots are and what's near the daisy.
That's what fire is for.
That's rather indiscriminate, and it looks to me, at least with my untrained eyes, that that daisy is awfully close to a number of very important plants.
Hmm.
And that weed needs to be taken up roots and all without disturbing the rest of the garden.
Well, I'll definitely get to talk on that and get on that. But
Also, I do have a favor to beg.
indeed,
The only reason I'm still here is the good doctor.
hmm
I have no idea the shadow that haunts her, but I know there is one. She needs help. I don't know with what, but I have an idea that either you or Kenna or both of you could go a good way of letting her see the sun again.
I'll definitely put an effort into it. I do love a good doctor. Oh, by the way, and then she'll like it's just the pause of the music. She's gonna lead you to the side. Here, Cyrus had me deliver this for you.
Oh, okay. What is? Opens it up immediately.
It's just a brief note. It says, George, sorry, won't be able to come. Fellow cat asked for help in Cairngorm. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Huh. Cats usually don't congregate unless something's very bad.
Or they're having a competition with the two between them. That's usually a big thing.
No, not not Cerise. No. If it's not a competition.
Well,
She
probably.
hates competition.
Well, this is true. Most of them do. It cats don't congregate, but occasionally they'll deal with each other.
Yes, but that means that if there's two of them, it's something particularly nasty.
Probably. Or a vast number. That's the other option.
No, no. This. I'm a good enough writer to know a good narrative, and right now there's a number of things that are coinciding, and I don't like it.
Okay. What is coinciding, darling?
We've already talked about the Daisy issue, but I'm, again, delightfully ignorant on things mystical. But I have ears and eyes enough to know that an old threat comes large again. It's somehow tied to Carrick, somehow tied to Alienor. I don't know what it is. I just know it's old, it's terrifying, and it's coming back.
Well, that's something I shall have to pay attention to. And put some thought behind.
Also, do you know a Cadarn?
Yes.
I heard through the grapevine he's trying to start up a mage school. I'm trying to get in touch with his lawyer to see about making some donations to get that up and running. That way there's at least some pressure off of Aretusa.
Well, this is relatively new news to me, but I'm sure that if I put my ear to the ground, I'll find out more. I'll let you know when I know.
Okay.
I.
Thank you. I'm glad you're vertical, and so am I.
Hmm. And she'll just kind of smile and nod, and as the music ends, she'll kind of cock her head as a new song starts, and you'll realize Alienor is singing. A beautiful ballad. Let me see something.
As soon as the first three notes hit, it's immediately, that's my cue. Excuse me. I have to go and dance with a princess.
Go dance with your princess. Runa.
Yes.
Cleglis would only make you dance for the first three.
That's nice.
Mhm.
So she would only make me.
By the way, that's Alianor's role for performance.
Jesus Christ.
I spent 2 luck on it, but yeah.
I was genuinely the opening act.
It's okay.
Fucking Alienor. They can see the roll, right? Yeah, y'all can see that plus 19 to that roll.
I only spent 2 luck to it.
Plus 17. I'm sorry. um, Caligula would only make me dance for 3, but I wouldn't dance the whole night away if she would like to.
Oh, she will totally dance as much as you want. Like she will pause after 3 to say, "Are nope, you still want to dance? We're dancing. We're having fun. We're enjoying this." There's a small contingent of the younger elves at the end of the far end of the table who are like, Lenore is leaned onto Garrett and is like, "They're so cute together. God, I wish I could be like have that when I'm their age." Like that old married. They've put you into the old married couple cute,
Mm-hmm.
which you kind of are.
A little bit.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Just a little. Still got it, but it's like, yeah, oh, I wish I could have that when I've been married for X number of years. But if you're continuing to dance, and Sir George has gone off to ask Anessa to dance, we're gonna check in on Carrick.
Yeah.
Before the night is ending.
As he walks towards the exit, he's going to lightly tap. Well, we all know who it really is. We lightly tap him on the shoulder and just walk out, expecting he'll follow.
You can hear the half beat as he nods to excuse himself and stands to follow you. In just that slight level of just the right level of social etiquette to not look like he's actually following you. He can.
Instead of going straight out towards where,
the doors open out onto the balcony. Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to take a sharp right into a small alcove.
Oh, a scandal alcove. Sure, let's go.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
We're bringing back the scandal alcove, everybody. If you've seen the regiment, you know what that is.
I will say this one has like curtains on either side. There's a couple of them just about. They've got curtains on either side for privacy. But each one's got a portrait of some kind. So usually the curtains are pulled apart. And this particular portrait would in fact be a portrait of his mother.
One of the public ones, though.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the public ones. And he'll just sit there and wait.
And he will walk in, follow, just that slight shift of following you as if it is, and
that is not what you're supposed to do.
Well, I can't really do anything else on a dance floor now, can I, sir?
Oh, drop this, sir. You don't mean it.
There's a smirk as he sits next, just to the side of you. Angled slightly towards you.
Welcome to my home.
Thank you for the invite.
I don't remember inviting you.
I mean, I got an invitation and everything. It was engraved.
I burned the letter that Eleanor sent him, right? Didn't I? I thought I had.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He'll kind of apparently your sister likes me.
My sister likes everyone, don't be fooled. Speaking of, your aunt, your Eleanor.
Yeah.
She's much worse.
I could tell. She didn't come in with the meat.
She also wrote you a letter.
Is this a letter I want to read, or is it a letter I have to read?
It's a letter that I took care of for you. I imagine she'll probably write you a new one. One more fitting.
I imagine she already has.
These came with it. And he pulls out from one pocket has got his, the ring that he just got back. And the other is the 2 rings that he, let's say was gifted into his care. Let's use that terminology, and he pulls them out in 2 fingers, 2 rings side by side.
Really?
Apparently she approves as well.
Well, she's kept those on a mantle in a small lockbox my entire life.
And this time she put them in a letter for you. Not the only pair. She also sent other letters out, all of which I managed to intercept because all of them stated that she was dead.
Well, I thank you for not letting that happen.
She's quite a fool when she wants to be that one.
I don't know that fool's the right word for her. But sure, you could ask it to her face if you wanted.
Not in that sense. It's in the classical sense.
No, I knew what you meant. You know, she still loves him.
Of course she does. Just because someone has hurt you more than you can imagine, betrayed you, doesn't mean you stop loving them. Trust me, I would know about that one.
I figured you still did.
More than once. It's clear he's talking about more than one person.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is just a running trend now.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, I now cannot touch anyone.
Okay.
No, it prevents them. Well, what you did has had an effect, just not an ideal one.
Okay, so half effect. Considering I wasn't expecting any effect, I figure it's a movement in the right direction.
Well, it's time for a full effect, isn't it?
Only with your consent.
He pulls out the third ring.
Mm-hmm.
I already gave you my consent.
Yeah, but that's not here.
What do you mean?
You are back as Prince Carrick.
I had no idea.
No, probably not. Figure your sister's on something. She seems a wily one.
I think she's aging. And not in a way she's fond of.
She also doesn't look it. Do you know she glitters?
You're not the only one with blood ties that are more complicated than you give off. I have two. Luckily.
Mm.
Your homeworld is shit, by the way.
Depends what parts of it you saw.
Doesn't matter. Feels like iron in my lungs.
Oh, yeah. That would be a thing that you would feel.
And I imagine it feels similar for you here. Although you're at least not a mage.
That's true. I am not a mage.
So, I've done a lot of talking. I believe it's your turn.
What question do you want me to talk about?
I'm asking you what you want to ask.
What do you want, Carrick?
I want to be free of this curse.
And I shall do my best to give that to you. And he will reach a hand out to you.
He just waits.
Mm-hmm. He reaches his right hand out to you. Pauses when he realizes you're not going to take it.
This is so sad.
And let me give you something first, Carrick. I think at this point I should at least be able to give you this. This is what the navigator can give the anchor. And let us see if he can do it for you.
How much resist magic do I need to roll?
You don't. This is not about you. Oof. But he still gets it off. Hey, Carrick. You only fumbled by one. That's good. You needed a... Your stamina increases by 11.
Over my max or just...
Over your max.
And not my max stamina, though.
Not your max stamina. Your current stamina level increases by 11. It's like
It's
temporary
what-
stamina points.
It's what Alienor did. Yeah. No, I got that.
This is what we can do for you. But if you want to be free of this curse, and he will take his hand and slowly as he can, being hesitant, convinced that something will go wrong, slide it up the side of your arm, keeping eye contact with you until if you save any hesitancy at all, he will stop.
Carrick stays perfectly still.
And
like a rock.
Yeah, like a rock. Sorry, I have to get the jingle out of my head. Fine, thank you, moving on.
You're welcome.
It's not a jingle, it's a rock song, but it's been so used by Dodge, it's kind of a problem now. He slides his hand up along yours, reaches his hand to the back of your neck, and will lean down and kiss you. Please roll resist magic, and you can add a +9 to it.
I think I did get one luck in chat, didn't I?
You did. I think Lysander or Coldrake. Yeah, Coldrake gave one to cover crit.
That's fine. I appreciate the thought, Coldrake. I will be using it for this because fuck this curse. Poison blood I can deal with. 28.
So 2 things will happen immediately. Your response to him is your own choice. But immediately, you will feel a spell crack and shatter. George, Runa, you both see all of the candles go out, and a burst of blue-white flame erupt from the head table. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Thank you all for coming to my party.
Who burst into flames?
We'll find out.
Drakith's daughter. Daughter of the dragon. White hair, glittery like scales. Has this not caught on to anyone else yet? White dragons are common in Kovir.
Cold.
Well, thank you all for joining us. My name is Northerly Kathir. My pronouns are he, him. And you can find me online at Werewolf Feels. My love today. Runa, that was great. PBI, every single time I get to play with you, I smile from ear to ear because this contemptuous relationship is delightful for me, despite the fact it's not delightful for Carrick, so thank you for that. George, thank you for being the greatest sport while I basically dance circles with all of your acquaintances to convince them of your marriage before you're ready for it. Means a lot. Prax, thank you for giving me my Princeton back and welcoming back home. That's what the descriptions have been wonderful, and I've really appreciated just how many important luminaries saw a bunch of fire go out into the middle of the hallway. That's me. I played Carrick Drakithson. Sorry, Prince Carrick Drakithson.
Aren't you glad you're here? Aren't you glad
Yeah.
you're not in that ballroom? You didn't see that happen at all.
Nope, I did not.
Out
I
of
just felt a
curiosity.
spell crack.
You spelt a spell crack, and out of curiosity, I'm going to spend. You know what? I'm going to spend 10 of my remaining 15 luck. Because. Well, that's good because he fumbled. So it's an 18 on that seduction.
Oh, fine, hold on.
No, I'm just saying that's what he's doing. You have your own choices.
There's a bit. There's a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not falling. That's my choice. But
that's entirely your choice, as he's repeatedly said. As he has repeatedly said. Hey, PB.
Hi. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
I'm PB. For my PB Plays Inside, where you can find me over on Twitch and Blue Sky. As you know, as always, it's a delight to be in this game. You never know what's gonna happen, when a portal's gonna pop in, and where that portal's gonna take you. I think in the last 5 or 6 portals Herrick has put out, I've maybe known where like maybe one of them was going, possibly 2. So you know, portals are like a box of chocolate. You never know where you're gonna go or what you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
And almost impaled by a unicorn, invisible unicorn.
It wasn't
one of them. So.
It wasn't invisible. You just couldn't see it because of the terrain. She knew it was there. You didn't see it. Carrick did. It wasn't invisible to you. It just wasn't there yet for you.
Invisible. These mythical beings that I still don't believe exist. And I am just obsessed with how easy it is to get lost in your NPCs and just forget that it's you. And it's just, you just become the NPC, and it is so fun to be playing in your worlds because of that. And I always appreciate it in every game, and in this game where we throw you a lot of NPCs, you throw a lot of NPCs at us, and it's just a Rolodex of NPCs that you just pop in and out of constantly. And I'm just always in awe of your talent of being able to do such a thing, and with such great proficiency. And just Carrick, I just love how you're able to create your own holes. You just dig your own holes. It's like you don't even really find them. You make them for yourself almost preemptively, and then you go back and jump into them. And I appreciate that so much, as just driving a narrative forward while just fumbling forward constantly into more holes, which I think it's just so fun to react to as a player, but also just to like react to as a viewer. And so I always appreciate your willingness to do that. And it makes Carrick such a compelling character. And Sir George I love Sir George playing a role that he doesn't and does want to play at the same time. Just seeing that push and pull of noble, just George, Sir George, just George. These are my pre-Sir George days friends. These are my post friends. These are the ones that I now have to become acquainted with. And you're just navigating through that world back and forth while just actively avoiding your own trauma is so interesting to watch. You play the socialite so well, despite so desperately not wanting to. And I appreciate and I love watching that dynamic so much as you dance in between all of these wonderful NPCs that exist in this game.
Well, thank you, PB. I appreciate you. Also, go follow PB on all the things and watch them do all the fabulousness that they do because they are fabulous. Also, go follow Norden on Werewolf Feels and do all the things and follow and Bob. Great, all of these people. Hey, Pope.
Hey,
Avanda is fully supportive of you getting married.
yeah, and I'm very intrigued as to apparently Avanda's deep, deep series of plots.
She's a
Um,
wait, time out. She is a graduate of Aretusa. It's in the title.
yeah, but
The
but
level of
that,
plotting is.
but as this is our like first time actually seeing her,
This is true.
and like one of my highlights for the evening is just that entire exchange between Avanda and Carrick. Like that that was oftentimes at any sort of like actual play, you don't see the machinations of the Magi. You see like one of them, like trying to manipulate things and move things into. You don't see the meeting, the political meeting, that often. And this was two movers and shakers of the continent, like meeting and going, okay, so we're going to be polite and human about this, but I need to borrow your this this pawn for this thing. What do you need in exchange? I'm going to try and sell you this idea, and like sort of coalition and shoring up the stability of the North in like doing this political exchange. And that was, it helps you put this world into perspective. And just that little scene helped, like, because again, this entire thing, you see all the pomp, the circumstance, all these different like noble political figures, but there's an entire other game that's being played that the people who see themselves as in charge are not 100% aware of. There are people playing a longer game, and that was a beautiful thing to see. And just again gives us an entire reframing of everything that's going on. And then uh, again, another beautiful thing was just seeing Plagueless and Runa be that couple. That back and forth after coming back through the portal and having addressed everything going on with Alienor, and then that just one moment in the hallway going, when does this stop? When do we get her happy ending? And just seeing the PB, the guilt, like it, that was like we've seen a good deal of like frustration and and anger as well as care from her, but like we touched a bit on the guilt with like, you got hurt because of me. No, this is a different guilt. This is this is I've put off our dreams guilt, which is an entirely different thing. And it was it was beautiful. It was messy. It was incredibly sincere and vulnerable. And thank you for both of you bringing that out and sharing that and making that part of the story. And Prax, thank you so much for this amazing world. Um, and I haven't had a lot of time um, playing Witcher. I have watched a lot of actual plays, and we've done a lot of stuff together, and you do a lot of things well. Witcher's special when you run it,
Thank you.
and thank all of you. Like between participation, the madness going on in chat, like your passion helps prop us up. Whether loud, whether quiet, lurks, comments, what have you. Thank you so much for being here. For Story is nothing without its audience. You're as much a part of this as we are. And please, in these unfortunately extraordinary times, look out for yourselves, take care of yourselves and one another, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon.
Well, before I jump in, since Norden decided to preempt me with that jumping in, I have to say we have now created a tradition where you each get one question that you get to ask. Oh, hold. Norden can be at the end. Hey, Pope. What is your question now that we've met Avanda?
Um, I'm happy we got to meet Avanda. Kind of want to meet Kenna now, knowing who Avanda is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm fearful for George meeting Kenna. I want one of these two to have a conversation with her.
It'll depend what happens next.
I don't think Carrick and Kenna get along, but I think Kenna and Runa would get on like a house on fire. That is just like they both bring that same I care deeply about the people I care about. I also have a responsibility because of the gifts that I have. But boy howdy, too many of you fuckers need this shit. And it's like the two senior charge nurses at the hospital talking to one another is what I'm expecting.
Probably.
But what my question is in this case is how likely is our fire hazard going to be the spark that ignites a conflict between the elves and the humans?
Well, if by fire hazard you meant that jet of blue-white flame,
Mm-hmm.
60-40. But it's not a fire hazard is the problem.
Ice,
Definitely
ice,
seems
baby.
like a hazard. It's a hazard. That hazard is, I think, going to cause a political incident that may turn into a martial conflict.
We will see what happens. It's 60-40 at the moment. There's a lot of very high-powered people here. I mean, the King of Kovir, the King of Redania, the heir to the King of Redania,
Uh-huh.
all of the vassals of this particular principality. Lots of, you know.
And an entire elven delegation.
Yep.
With some youths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a variety of youths. Hey, PB, what question do you have for me?
If I were to enlist another doctor,
Mm-hmm.
even if it of a magic variety, to help me create a healing tent, could I cut down that time? Of that 1 hour time to something a little bit more reasonable, maybe something that would take about the same amount of time that a certain political conflict might happen, you know?
I will say I'm not opposed to it. It will depend on rolls to see how quickly it goes up.
Gotcha.
But if you have another doctor who is of a magical bent there to assist you, that would definitely go faster. How much faster, we'll have to see.
Got it. A follow-up question.
Yep.
Is there an equivalent to the medics like Red Cross in this universe of just like, hey, I'm just a medic, don't I'm not a part of this.
Oh, you mean a non-combatant status?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
Depends who you ask.
I would just like to put my hat in the pat down of I'm a dwarf. These are your problems. These are not my problems.
Mhm.
In fact, you make these my problem. You both sides have made it my problem, actually, in my lifetime. So I feel like I should get a pass from both sides. Just, I'm just going to put that one out there.
Uh-huh.
One side killed my entire family. The other one's been threatening my entire life for the past 30 years. I think maybe just one pass might be, just once maybe.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, you might also get an assistance because, like, Cleglis is technically a high priestess of Melatelli. She has some skills.
True.
She also has some rituals.
Yeah. We'll set up. We'll pick up a corner. While the adults talk.
You mean the children?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. But they don't like it when you call them children.
That's fair. So, Norden, do you have any questions from the Scandal Alcove?
Oh yeah. Is this outburst, we're gonna call it that, the outburst, okay? Was this outburst always going to happen, or did something one of us players did do trigger it?
Oh, one of the things you guys did triggered it.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Is the breaking of that spell a direct trigger?
Duh.
It's a pretty obvious cause and effect on that one, but
I just
appreciate
wanted
your optimism.
to look. Sometimes coincidences are truth. Look. Sometimes coincidences are real, and once in a while, I would like one to happen to me instead of direct causation. Once. Yeah. I can't wait to tune in next week to figure out how many curses Carrick still has on him.
Yep.
I'm guessing 5.
Well, one of them broke.
Great. Oh, I'll delete that curse then. That's fun.
Don't do that yet. Don't do that yet.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, sure.
Don't
Sure.
delete anything yet.
Okay. Just
kind of leave it there. Yeah, we'll see what happens. For a variety of reasons. But hey all, I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for joining us in this chaos and drama. Thank you to my players for their wonderful, kind words, and I'm glad they appreciate the story that is building between us. I'm glad they appreciate the world, and I had to throw a party. And it went out with a bang, shall we say. We'll find out what happens next. But as for me, you can find me. Well, first of all, if you've missed any of tonight or you've missed anything else in the lead up to tonight, hi, there's a YouTube, including a nice, neat playlist of all of the From Kovir with Love, including the 3 Witcher and a Baby one-shot, which has plot consequences for this game. So many plot consequences for this game happened because of that game. And then if you want to support things, there's a Ko-Fi for that. There's merch for that if you want. But you can find me next tomorrow night over on Roleplay Reflect with Wandering DM, Trooper SJP, High Shelf Collective Dave. No Lindy, because she's on vacation. Have fun, Lindy. But we'll be reflecting on our 2-shot of Tachyon Squadron, which will be interesting. And so it will be a interesting kind of background to see. And then not Monday, but a week from Monday, we're going to go to Maine, y'all. We're going to go to some vampire darkness in Maine. And I have been doing some GM on stream. There might be some more plot avoidance. Check all of the socials because we're going to do all of the things. But that is where we're going to end for tonight. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for having some fun with me. I appreciate each and every one of you. I don't think there's anybody still up for us to raid, but I should check. Oh no, Joe is up. We're going to go raid a little cup of Joe. And send some love their way. And I appreciate you, and we'll see you next time, where perhaps Carrick might find out how many curses he's suffering. Also, perhaps Runa might ask for a thing from Carrick. We'll see you next time, everybody. Bye-bye.